Hello everyone and welcome to the BSI-AAMI Conference on International Standards and Regulation. My name's Eamon Hoxie and it's my pleasure to be chairing the first day of the conference this year. By way of introduction, I worked for about half my career in the UK Department of Health in the Medical Devices Agency prior to the creation of the MHRA, and the other half in Johnson & Johnson in positions with responsibility for quality and regulatory compliance. For the past few years, I've been providing technical writing, training, and consultancy. Throughout my career, I've been actively involved in standards development in BSI, AAMI, ISO, and IEC. I'm currently actively changing all the activities in my CV to being prefixed by former, previous, past, or prior. This is the fifth time that BSI and AAMI have put together the UK-based version of the International Conference on Standards and Regulations. The first two were face-to-face, and this is the third virtual event. AAMI, in collaboration with the US FDA and BSI, have hosted the US-based event for over 30 years. The conference provides a unique platform to discuss developments in regulation of medical technology, associated standards, and their interaction. For those not familiar with the Association for the Advancement of Medical Instrumentation, or AAMI, it's a not-for-profit organization founded in 1967. It's a diverse community united by one mission: the development, management, and use of safe and effective health technology. AAMI is a developer of consensus standards, both national and international, for the medical device industry, as well as practical information, support, and guidance for healthcare technology and sterilization professionals. Today at our conference, we're going to focus on the regulatory environment in the UK and Europe, and close with a brief update on developments in AAMI. This event is very timely, with MHRA publishing their response to the consultation on the future UK regulations on Sunday. Many of the presenters had already submitted their slides before the response was published, and so the slides might not always reflect everything in the recent announcements, but I'm sure we'll be able to take questions that are relevant as necessary, to the extent that we've been able to digest the 150 pages that were published on Sunday, and recognizing that the response represents the MHRA intentions and not the regulatory text of the new regulations. That brought to mind to me the old proverb that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, or hell is full of good meanings, but heaven is full of good works. We do have a change to the programme. Richard Holborough has unfortunately contracted COVID, and we're very grateful to Camilla Fleetcroft for stepping in at very short notice to cover Richard's slot. We might therefore flex the timings a little bit around that and create a little bit more time for Q&A and discussion. A few housekeeping announcements. This is a listen-only webinar and it's being recorded. We do welcome your questions and really seek you to ask questions throughout using the Q&A function. There will be a Q&A session at the end of each session of the conference. So simply click on the Q&A button in the side panel and post your questions, and we'll moderate them and put them to the presenters as and when appropriate. If you do have any technical difficulties, please introduce your issue or raise your issue via the Q&A function, and the team in the background will look into helping you resolve that. At the end of the conference, there'll be a feedback survey. And on completion of that survey, BSI will forward you the presentations and a recording of the webinar in due course. And this is a CPD recognised webinar, so please request your certificate in the feedback survey following the webinar, and that will also be distributed. I want to thank Christos, Dimple and the BSI events team for running the event and doing all the hard work in the background. And a particular thanks to Paul Sim at BSI, who did the heavy lifting in preparing the programme and getting all of our speakers lined up. So no more from me. I want to move on quickly to our first presentation, and it's my pleasure to welcome Graham Tunbridge. Graham is the Senior Vice President, Regulatory and Quality for Regulatory Services at BSI, and with responsibility for BSI's regulatory compliance to undertake a range of global medical device certification and accreditation activities. As many people will know, prior to joining BSI, Graham was Director of Devices at the UK Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, or MHRA. Graham's going to give us the opening keynote to set the scene for the conference and talk about the present and future of global medical device regulations. Graham, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Eamon, and good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be in the world. And thanks to BSI-AAMI for inviting me back to speak today. I think I've done both of the face-to-face conferences and maybe a couple of the virtual ones. I can't remember, but the majority. And I keep on getting asked back, which perhaps says more about Paul's creativity than anything else. But hopefully, I'll be able to do a reasonable job of kicking things off as Eamon described. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that was a little bit disappointed for us not to be an in-person event. It's never quite the same talking to a screen, particularly not once we've had the taste of doing it in person again. It's funny, just the other day I was chatting to my son and trying to describe to him what a soliloquy was, and I kind of said, well, it's a long speech by someone. It's often delivered in a kind of Shakespeare play. It's performed in a way that's quite reflective, and it doesn't really matter whether people are listening or not. And it dawned on me that basically what you end up doing with a lot of these things is doing presentations that feel an awful lot like that. So I'm going with the soliloquy theme today, and in line with that theme, I'm going slideless as well. So I'm afraid you've just got me to look at. Cue lots of people leaning over, switching their televisions to watch Wimbledon. I wouldn't blame you if you do. I've already been in one meeting where that has happened, where someone had obviously Wimbledon in the background, and the cheering and whooping interfered in the meeting, and much embarrassment all around. So yeah, but I wouldn't blame you if you did. I suppose on the other hand, not doing it face to face, I come fresh from 2 weeks of BSI's annual training that we do for all of our technical and quality staff. So we had 300 people in Amsterdam and 300 people in Chicago, and I can confirm that there is no better petri dish for COVID than getting people together in that kind of atmosphere, and that's why Rich Holbrook was a victim today and unable to present. And I'm hugely grateful to Camilla Fleetcroft for filling in for us. The other benefit of doing it virtually, of course, is I can sit with a cup of tea. When I was thinking about putting the session together, I had a chat with Paul Sim, and we discussed what we'd be interested to cover. And he sort of said, you know, in his kind of way that he does, well, we've got a lot of people, lots of different countries, quite wide range of interests. So can you do something that will interest all of them? Thanks, Paul. So I decided to embrace the global aspect of my new role with BSI, look at global harmonisation and regulatory convergence, but also looking to draw heavily on my background with MHRA, both in terms of the negotiations for the MDR and the IVDR, but then having Brexited, working out how to make a standalone UK system work. So hopefully the canter through that will be relatively interesting. I also said to Paul that I didn't think that people would want to sit and listen to me for a long time talking, so it'd be quite a short session. But then I got the creative juices flowing and a bit overexcited. So it'll probably end up being about 20-25 minutes, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how excitable I get. As I get excitable, I tend to talk quicker, but I also tend to disappear down rabbit holes as well. So we'll see how it goes. So to start with, I'm going to be taking a trip down memory lane and looking at some historical elements of global harmonisation. Hopefully then I'll kind of draw into what we're seeing now and pull out some of the themes and challenges that we're seeing. It's going to be part opinion, part fact, and some things that are somewhere in between the two, but hopefully it will stimulate some thoughts for you. There's then a chance for a bit of Q&A at the end, 10-15 minutes, however long we have left. So do please get questions in, because I don't really want to be left at the mercy of Eamon, because I know he's pre-prepared some really tricky questions, so I'd rather avoid those if at all possible. So please do send them in. So to start my soliloquy today, I wanted to rewind over 30 years to the adoption of one of the most significant pieces of legislation in the history of device regulation, which is, of course, the Active Implantable Medical Device Directive, good old Directive 9385. Of course, it won't be long until the AIMDD is a twinkle in our eye as it edges into history, but it's always, for me, been something of the Cinderella Directive, kind of working away in the background, in the basement, doing lots of work, not getting a great deal of attention, and the analogy kind of stands up quite well if we compare the AIMDD to the two new ugly sisters of the MDR and IVDR, which are substantially larger and very much enjoying being the centre of attention, but more on them later. Anyway, the reason why the AIMDD was so significant was because it was one of the first EU directive covering device regulation, and it was absolutely cutting edge at the time. It was one of the first pieces of all EU legislation based on the new approach that had been developed by the EU in the 1980s. And essentially, the directive was designed to address the kind of the patchwork of device legislation that sprung up at individual member state level, that kind of consisted more or less of product testing, what we'd call type examination in the kind of current vernacular, or good manufacturing practice, or a little bit of both. And of course, kind of hot on the heels of the Active Implantable Device Directive came the MDD, and then the IVDD a few years later. The legislation was called the new approach because it was a break from what was known as the old approach for product regulation. And the old approach had involved kind of these big, detailed technical pieces of legislation coupled with monolithic government agencies involved in all aspects of their implementation. And this worked well and does continue to work well for some quite specific product sectors with relatively narrow risk profiles. I'm thinking pharmaceuticals, automotive as examples, but clearly couldn't cope with the complexity and diversity of product sectors such as medical devices. So the new approach sought to find a different way. The regulatory system was built on a few key pillars: classification, risk stratification, high-level essential safety requirements, conformity assessment with harmonized standards providing details comply, but also presumption of conformity, with those harmonized standards always being voluntary, use of third-party conformity assessment bodies for those high-risk products, and then the CE marking and associated requirements on different economic operators. And these core principles were used across a very wide range of product sectors, which is why in any room you're sitting in now, there'll be at least a dozen products carrying the CE mark. It's really become ubiquitous even outside the EU, and really has been phenomenally successful. A couple of observations that I'd like to make. The first is that because of the integral role that standards had in supporting implementation of legislation, it really kind of turbocharged standards development in this area. And I say turbocharged standards development. Obviously, there's some things that don't often go together. But we had the first device-specific iteration of ISO 9001 in 1993, before ISO 13485 was born in 1996, and then 14971 appears a couple of years later. And I think it's fair to say that these two standards have been the bedrock of device regulation for the last 25 years, pretty much wherever you've been based in the world. The other observation was that the legislation was born out of the need to support the functioning of the internal market of the EU by introducing common safety standards and really seeking to reduce barriers to trade through the diverging complex rules that existed at individual member state level at the time. You're probably wondering what's quite so interesting about that, and if you are, then I appreciate not everyone has the same pleasure, takes the same pleasure from understanding history of the development of the EU's internal market. But if you do, then it's a real shame we're not meeting face to face, because we could have a great conversation in the margins. But bear that in mind for next time, perhaps we do bump into each other. So I suppose the important thing about the reason why the legislation was developed was because it specifically wasn't being driven by a high-profile public health or patient safety issue. You can contrast that with pharmaceutical legislation developed mostly after the thalidomide scandal, device legislation in the US, which followed issues with intrauterine devices, and more recently, of course, the MDR and IVDR, which had predominantly PIP breast implants, but also things like metal and metal hips casting a shadow over it. So without that cloud of a scandal, the legislation was written in a way where there was a strong presumption of trust that each of the actors in the system would meet the standards required of them, and that the proportionate checks and balances in the legislation would be sufficient to ensure patient safety. And writ large throughout the legislation is that the single most important actor is the manufacturer of a product, who's entrusted with enormous responsibility. I know there'll be a wide range of people joining today's conference, but one thing that binds pretty much everyone working in the device world together is that we want to make things better for patients. So these were sound principles to work from, and allowed the regulatory system to operate effectively and efficiently for many, many years. And alongside flexible legislative framework was the need for a similarly flexible network of bodies to undertake assessments of the high-risk products and audit the key tenets of risk management and quality management that underpins the new approach. If you think that new approach is an uninspiring term, then I think the EU went one better when it introduced the concept of a notified body and conformity assessment body. And I'm honestly not sure which term I dislike more. I think they do a spectacular job of underplaying what the likes of BSI do, and particularly as the MDR and IVDR have totally rewritten the playbook. Of course, more on that later. But it really did welcome multinational organizations such as BSI with a long history of product testing, certification into the medical device regulatory world, and we really haven't looked back since then. It may not have escaped you that I haven't spoken much about the role of government authorities, largely because their role was relatively limited to an oversight and post-market safety role, meaning that the system could operate without the large centralized regulators that characterize the old approach I spoke about before, and also helped to keep costs to an affordable level for a manufacturing sector that was and remains to this day largely made up of SMEs. So, bit of a canter down memory lane, but I hope that was an interesting view of things from a vantage point 30 years in the future. I've majored on the original devices directives, and I won't be the only person that got a bit misty-eyed last month when we waved goodbye to the IVDD, or maybe I was the only person that got a bit misty-eyed. That probably says more about me than you. I think this is definitely an occasion when a little bit of audience feedback would be helpful and help me understand quite how many desperate medical device regulatory nerds there are in the world. Though my experience over the last 10 or so years tells me that there are plenty out there. On that note, and something more of a segue, I was very excited to see today that the new version of the Blue Guide has been published. I feel sorry for those of you in the audience that don't immediately know what I'm talking about and immediately kind of get to the edge of their seat with excitement, because this is the definitive interpretation of all the new approach legislation published by the EU. We've been waiting for the new version for the last few years, and it's now out today. Just a bit gutted I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but it will form part of my bedtime reading, and I'm not even joking about that, sadly. Anyway, I've digressed a little bit, but the dawn of the devices directives kind of set the scene for global harmonization that started in earnest in the 90s. So at the same time as the EU was looking at regulating devices, so the other large countries globally were doing so. And the EU, Canada, US, and Japan came together in the early 90s to form the Global Harmonization Task Force, GHTF, which obviously also has significant input from industry at the time. Over the years, guidelines and principles were developed and published, GHTF membership grew, and by the late 90s, early 2000s, pretty much all the building blocks were in place for an off-the-shelf regulatory system that could be adopted by any country. And it's no coincidence that what was produced by the GHTF was more or less a playback on the new EU legislation that had been developed. And you can understand why, for the reasons I explained earlier, because the EU, they'd really helped something. What was particularly attractive was the flexibility it allowed, such that individual countries could tailor and adopt their approaches to suit their individual needs, without needing to build entirely new entities within government to do the work those monolithic regulators I spoke about. And it's also no coincidence that the WHO's model device regulatory framework, obviously published much more recently, but again, it's based on the same principles and draws heavily from the GHTF guidance. The best example, I think, of GHTF and how it's been adopted is actually in Asia. One of the global schemes I knew relatively little about before I joined BSI is the Japanese scheme. And because I'm that self-declared device regulatory nerd, it's been great fun getting under the skin of it and understanding more about it. And the development of the Japanese system, since being a founder of the GHTF in the 90s, has demonstrated that conscious move towards close alignment with the principles set out, such that they've ended up being something of a hybrid between the US model, perhaps more where they started out, and the EE model, which is where Japan has moved towards. So we see third-party conformity assessment bodies involved in pre-market assessment of medium risk and some of the high-risk products. There are currently 11 such bodies registered with the Japanese ministry. BSI is one, and 5, including BSI, happen to be notified bodies within the EU as well. And the work that we do in this area under the PMD Act, as it's known, looks an awful lot like a technical documentation review alongside a QMS audit. Just last year, there was an update to the QMS ordinance, the kind of the relevant law in Japan, to align it more closely to ISO 1345/2016. And this year sees an expansion to the acceptance of MDSAP audit reports, again seeking to reduce the potential duplication of inspections. This latter point probably sounds very familiar, because we're seeing similar developments in the US, where the latest move to align the QMS standard to ISO 1345 feels like one of the last major steps there to harmonise quality systems inspection space. Similarly, we've seen indications from the UK that they intend to draw on MDSAP reports in one of the future routes to market in the UK. The EU remains somewhat more elusive in this space, it's fair to say. And I'm not really in the slightest bit surprised that quality systems inspections is an area where we're seeing the kind of movement that we've seen. The dawn of MDSAP around 10 years ago was a pretty seminal moment in this space, and I would argue was the first meaningful harmonization activity. Much of what we've seen before, then pretty much everything, I think the Japanese developments are a good example of what I would consider kind of regulatory convergence, which is gentler, where kind of things move together gradually over time. I think harmonization really enshrines that work sharing and something a bit more concrete than that convergence. And I dug out a few numbers to explain why quality systems audits have been such fertile ground for harmonization. When I looked after the devices division at the MHRA, our kind of focus in terms of getting boots on the ground inspections of manufacturers was largely around what we call compliance visits. So our enforcement role, and the MHRA is good at it. We were very good at it, and I'm sure no one on the call has been subject to such a visit, because I'm sure you're all white and white. But anyone that had a visit from MHRA would have remembered it, because we employed some ex-policemen, and they were invariably extremely good at playing the role of a calm and fair but very assertive compliance officer. Anyway, another segue, apologies. As I started to build up the MHRA's market surveillance capabilities to undertake quality audits, generally for cause where we've seen a large number of vigilance incidents or something else had flagged it, we probably got up to about a dozen of those per year. Not many, but it was a start. Again, looking at the MHRA, but on the pharmaceutical side this time, there are around 250 audits undertaken by their GMP inspectors in 2019. So that's the kind of last full year pre-COVID. A good number for a significant regulator with a global role. At BSI, we have around 300 auditors based fairly equally over the globe, spread across Americas, EMEA and APAC. This year, between those 300 auditors, they'll be delivering around 35,000 audit days. So conservative estimate says that that's going to be a roughly 20-fold increase on the figure for MHRA in terms of their pharmaceutical audits, and a 400-fold increase on what we could do on the devices side of the house when I was there. So if this doesn't bust the myth that the devices regulatory system is light touch, and the world is full of uncontrolled and uninspected manufacturers, then I don't know what will. I don't think there are any other regulatory systems globally that deliver the ongoing scrutiny of manufacturers that can be achieved by the network of global conformity assessment bodies. It's to the great credit of medical device regulatory bodies worldwide that they've recognised this and embraced the idea and the role that organisations like BSI can play as part of a robust regulatory system. And going back to Japan for a moment, those same 5 notified bodies that operate under the PMD Act are also 5 of the 16 auditing organisations under MDSAP. I dare say you'd find a similar pattern if you look at other schemes globally. This year, BSI's medical devices stream will pass 1,000 employees. I've been taken to describe BSI as the second biggest medical device regulator globally, and that's why. We have an enormous responsibility as do those other bodies working with similar footprints, and we all take that responsibility incredibly seriously. As I'm on the theme of audit days, it's a good topic. I asked my team to see how many days we had as BSI from our regulators globally, so the regulators in the schemes that we operate under. And the stats told me that on average over the course of a year in recent years, every 1 in 3 working days, we will be subject to an external audit, whether that's by MHRA, IDJ in the Netherlands, MDSAP regulators, or UCAS for 1345, for example. And that doesn't even count the internal audits that we undertake either. Every decision that we take, every time we visit manufacturer, every aspect of our work has to be documented and available for scrutiny, because we never know what an authority is going to want to look at. So I guess you're wondering what's the importance of this? Why am I telling you this? I think it goes to a couple of points. The first is to re-emphasize what I said a couple of minutes ago about the strength of the regulatory system. The level of external scrutiny that we're under at BSI is far, far beyond that I experienced at MHRA. And it drives a number of things, but it means that our system and processes have to be absolutely exemplary. I think most important of all, though, is it drives the quality of people that we have to employ. We have to train them the BSI way, and we invest a huge amount in that. That's why we get people together in the way that we do. But we then empower them to take decisions. We employ the best people, and we expect the best from them. The second point is the burden that comes from operating globally and what it means for BSI and other similar organizations. I dare say there are a number of manufacturers in the audience listening today who are kind of, asking me to dry my eyes. You're complaining about audits, but I would be interested to know if anyone can beat 1 in 3 working days. Maybe you can. Maybe there'll be people telling me they're actually got more than a ratio of 1 per working day. Anyway, my team are the ones responsible for handling these audits, making sure that we're prepared. During the audit, the auditors can get access to everything they need to, and then pick up actions afterwards. We have a phrase that we like to use in the UK, that a never-ending task is like painting the 4th bridge, coined because of a myth that once a team of kind of painters doing the painting of the 4th bridge got to one end, they had to start all over again from the other end. And it can sometimes feel like that in managing the external scrutiny placed upon us. Recently, you'll have seen that LRQA decided to pull out of MDSAP. And this follows relatively recently on the heels of their decision to close their EU notified body and not take up UK approved body status. And I'm mentioning this simply because it demonstrates that pattern. It's becoming increasingly difficult to sustain a role as a global conformance assessment body without having that significant global footprint. Burdens are increasing, and manufacturers are also increasingly expecting their notified body, their conformance assessment body, to be able to provide services to all of the major markets. And frankly, when regulatory compliance costs are spiraling, who can blame them? Now, talking about regulatory burden is probably the right time to move on to the MDR and IVDR. And I must say, I kind of struggled to come to a clear conclusion on what the MDR and IVDR mean for global harmonization. On the one hand, they continue to enshrine the principles that served the EU so well for so many years. There's a heavy reliance on notified bodies. Recognition, work sharing is a critical part of the system, such that the EU will continue, and bear with me here, to be relatively efficient as a regulatory system, particularly by comparison to the pharmaceutical sector, as an example. At the same time, one of the safe aims of the new legislation was to support that regulatory convergence. And there are lots of instances where you can see that, perhaps most obviously. You'll be hearing from Judith and Steve later on, is with the IVDR, where areas like classification and performance studies are pretty much a straight lift from GHGF guidance. Although, obviously, EU lawmakers couldn't resist having a little tinker here or there just to make them a little bit specific and different. I suppose, going back to what I was saying earlier, contrary to the genesis of the device directives, the legislation was developed under the cloud of a public health scandal. When I first joined MHRA and entered the device directory world 10 years ago, I was dealing at the time with what was described as a technical recast of the device directives, tweaking here, updating there, and so on. PIP changed that. I'm not going to go into the whys and wherefores today, though I do have particular views on it, but we moved from the recast to a revision. Then during negotiations, every time the draft legislation placed an obligation on someone, there was a real tendency just to double up on the checks. And by doing that, the balance of the legislation was reduced. An app classification here, additional review of a PSUR there, add it together with some substantial additional requirements for notified body reviews and that expanded scope that the legislation has, And all of a sudden, we find ourselves in the situation we are now, where manufacturers are struggling to comply with new rules, notified bodies are doing what we can to undertake reviews, but it's inevitable that not everyone's going to make it through in time, and many won't make it through at all. It feels tough now, and it will feel tough for a while longer. I'm convinced we will settle to a new normal, and perhaps, and again, go with me on this theory, the very stringency of what's being required under the EU system is going to result in more harmonisation down the line, simply as companies will have no choice but to meet the strictest demands that the EU is placing on them. And getting access in other markets internationally is going to feel like a doddle once you've got your MDR and IVDR certification. I think coupled to that, and what's really going to make a difference, is a concerted effort by regulators globally to build on the work going on the IMDRF on things like the regulated product submission. And I would love to see a reality of the medical device single review program come to fruition within the next couple of years. But I think after MDSAP, that will be the next seminal moment in global harmonisation. And before I wrap up, and not long to go now, I promise, I wanted to say a few words on the UKCA. I'm going to keep it brief because you've got a session on that coming up. But I'll offer perhaps some high-level observations that will go complement what's being said later on. I think the first is that the UK is standing at something of a crossroads in terms of where it wants to go around global harmonisation. It's a bit of a doozy of a situation because the UK feels like it's too big to adopt what jurisdictions like Malaysia and Singapore have done, which, as I referenced, Asia is where we see the real vanguard of global harmonisation. And Malaysia and Singapore, they've got reliance and recognition really at the fore of product approvals, and it works well there. Equally, the UK feels too small as a market, and the MHRA is too small as a regulator to operate a wholly standalone system. So they've got an incredibly difficult job. And alongside the kind of the big small conundrum that I've described, there's this range of competing policy goals that the UK in a post-Brexit world are really struggling to deal with. And I think it's fair to say that the current political situation in the UK doesn't help matters. On the one hand, you've got the desire for international trade and the Northern Ireland Protocol, and these are all things driving that harmonisation and that desire to stay very close to the rules, and particularly the rules in the EU. At the same time, you've got the MHRA describing this world-leading sovereign regulatory system it wants to develop, and there's a desire for that to feel different to what the kind of pesky neighbours over the English Channel have been up to, and to deliver that Brexit bonus that's so often spoken about. There's also, and you'll be hearing from Alison Cave tomorrow, there's quite a strong desire from within the MHRA to bring the regulation of devices more in line with pharmaceuticals. So Alison will be talking more about that tomorrow, but that's another competing priority there. But I know that manufacturers are being driven to distraction by the fact that there is a requirement for initial product marking, how to make changes to labelling, how to make changes to instructions for use. And like I said, it drives manufacturers mad, but it's something that MHRA really have little control over. So balancing all of these things is incredibly difficult, and MHRA doing a really good job in treading that fine line. Many of you will have looked at the consultation response. It's very detailed, there's a lot in there, but I think we've all come to the conclusion there's still quite a few policy gaps that need filling. Perhaps the most important one from the BSI perspective is how all these alternative routes to market are going to work that don't require that complete top-to-bottom UKCA conform assessment. We know from Australia, for example, and that's probably a really good proxy that we're looking at for the UK system, is that the vast majority of devices, roughly 90%, come to market via the alternative routes that don't go through complete assessment by the TGA. At the moment, we're kind of sensing that the MHRA focus seems to be on recreating that mini EU regime in the UK, getting UK approved bodies through. There is really a limit to how many can get through, both from capacity from the UK, but also simply just making the system work effectively. You can't reproduce a mini EU in the UK. Equally, EU notified bodies that service global manufacturers, and I spoke about it earlier, the demand from global manufacturers, they're really left with no option other than to put their hat in the ring and try and establish a UK approved body because it's the right thing to do for their clients. I think when you hear from Jay later on, he'll probably talk about this a little bit more, thinking about some of the challenges it poses to form assessment bodies. But if I can offer some advice to the UK government, and I'm sure when they heard that I was talking today, they kind of rushed to tune in, is to really think about prioritising developing what these alternative routes are going to look like. And when they do that, embrace harmonisation And if they can't do that, then maybe regulatory convergence is the best they can do. And I think, concluding on the UK system, the wheel turning kind of full circle, and the UK being its critical decision point, feels like an appropriate time to draw this to a close. So I hope that's been an interesting meander through a few areas. I enjoyed doing some thinking about this, trying to draw some themes together. I think over time, and hopefully some of the questions will help to draw out some areas, some things I've missed, and maybe some of the things that I could tweak in future. But like I said, hopefully that's been interesting. But I'm going to hand back to Eamon, who will probably do some of those corrections, but also pose some questions to me. Thank you very much. Eamon, I can see you talking, but I can't hear you.
Okay, no, I was just waiting for the system to unmute me. I just got an American voice telling me that I was unmuted, so hopefully you can now you can hear me, Graham. Thanks very much, Graham. That's a great tour de force across the world and the kind of regulatory harmonisation. So thank you for that. So we have got a few questions, and first of all, you'll be pleased to know that you've got at least 2 regulatory nerds who are instantly asked for a link to the Blue Guide, the new version of the Blue Guide, and where they can get hold of copies. So I think what we'll do is try and identify that and then share that with all the participants at the end, rather than ask you to go searching away at this moment to into the chat. But we'll try and do that during the course of the rest of the presentation. So if I can kind of start with a little bit of chairman's privilege with a question. So the MHRA consultation, as you said, sets this pillar about setting world leading standards as one of the pillars of the CE mark, the CA mark, and the UK CA mark as a global exemplar. I think you gave a good sort of talk about where the UK sits in terms of size. So how realistic do you think it is for the UK CMA mark to be that global world-setting process?
So great question to start off with. I think the challenge is going to be focusing in on a few areas where the UK system can look and feel a bit different and can really advance where regulation has got to globally. I think that the 2 areas that I'd identified when I was at MHRA, and I was pleased to see come through in the consultation response, are around software, for example. So the MHRA has identified that's an area where actually the MDR doesn't do a particularly good job in that space. I think it was just developed at a stage where, if you think legislation was originally written in 2012, we've come a very, very long way in the last 10 years. So software is one. I think diagnostics is another one where the MHRA has recognised that there's more that can be done, and perhaps in some of the tweaks that I spoke around, some of the things that the EU lawmakers couldn't resist doing to the IVDR, it has ratcheted things up to a level that is going to be incredibly difficult for manufacturers to comply with. And I think if we're seeing a challenge for the leap for the MDR from here to here, the IVDR is twice as much again. So by focusing in identifying the particular areas where there can be that difference, and there can be areas where the MHRA can tweak things to perhaps, let's be more innovation friendly, let's be consciously more innovation friendly in this space. Let's think about, in software as a good example, let's think about how we actually want to redefine the relationship between manufacturer and competent authority and notified body, because it has to be a more dynamic relationship. These are the areas where the MHRA, as a relatively small regulator, can still focus in and make a difference. And frankly, for the 90–95% of what I would kind of call commodity products, you don't need to worry about those. You just need to find a way of getting them onto the market quickly and focusing in on those areas. The big prize is always then saying, well, how can we exploit some of the real uniqueness and benefits of the UK around the academic centres that we have in the UK and the kind of the research environment, around linking through clinical trials, and then uptake into the NHS, and stitching that wider pathway together all of a sudden makes things a more attractive proposition.
Okay, thanks for that. You mentioned notified body capacity as well. These are just a few questions that came in advance. What's your thoughts on that notified body capacity, or even global conformity assessment capacity? So you mentioned BSI being effectively the second biggest group of medical device regulators in the world. Do you think is there enough capacity globally, or where's the end point to provide enough capacity, even in a harmonized kind of world?
We are seeing a particular peak at the moment, and that's being driven almost exclusively by the way that the MDR requires us to work. So we are having to start completely from scratch when it comes to doing MDR reviews. We're not looking at all about the kind of any work that we did under the MDD. So I kind of described it at a conference recently. We're kind of packing. I spoke about the original device directive was 30 years ago. We're packing 30 years of work, 30 years of products coming through into effectively a 3-year period, which is what you get once notified bodies have been designated and got through. So that compaction just means there is a huge amount going on. You add on top of that, again, what I described, the up classifications, and this is particularly acute in like the orthopedic space. What seems like a relatively kind of minor decision, screws and plates, they'll all be class 3, they all need a complete review. 2B implantables, they can have a full review as well. All of a sudden, you've gone from the ability to sample 2 out of 30 products to having to do individual reviews. So we are just seeing a peak that will level off. I don't think I think companies, I know the companies are actively holding back new products. So I don't think we're going to see that really kind of diminish anytime soon, because once we've got over the peak of MDD to MDR transition work, we've then got the new products that the companies will want to bring through in the MDR that perhaps they've been holding back. So we're going to see it for a while longer. BSI has increased its resources 5-fold in this area the last 5 years, so we've undergone a massive increase. Speaking honestly, there's only so much more that we can increase before we start to become of a size that is very difficult to manage. And as you know, Eamon, one of the key things that we look for in a notified body is control and consistency and quality. And the bigger you get, the more difficult it is to get that, and the greater overhead comes in terms of driving that. So there's only so much that we can get through adding additional people, albeit we are continuing to grow. We're looking at processes, we're looking to streamline those. We're looking at how we can increasingly draw on the work that we do in one scheme to support another scheme, so that when we are doing assessment work for a manufacturer, we can do that in a way that is as efficient as possible. And Jay will talk about the approach we've taken to UKCA, which I think is quite a nice exemplar of how we've taken that in a very pragmatic way, and credit to the MHRA, they've allowed us to work in a pragmatic way to support products coming through. So like I said, we are in a particularly challenging time. I do think we will settle into a new normal, but I don't think that we're going to continue on the same trajectory in terms of growth in personnel, because that's just not sustainable.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So you again, as we kind of look globally and then compare a little bit with the MDR, a lot of the MDR transition is around a big focus on review of clinical evidence in the broadest sense. Is that something you think will get translated across into globally and a greater focus from other jurisdictions as well, or do you think is that going to be a peculiar European aspect?
Great question. I hope so. The way I've always looked at the MDR in particular is that it's put the kind of the 2 pillars of the MDD were quality management and risk management, as I described it, and the MDR has kind of put clinical management, if you like, kind of clinical evidence on an equal footing to quality management, risk management, and that is something that is proving difficult and painful, but it is one of the areas that was long overdue, and we're seeing manufacturers choosing to consolidate products, to remove products from the market where there isn't the evidence there to sustain them anymore. And yes, it feels difficult now. I think long term, we will look back and the MDR and IVDR will set the standard that others will want to rise up to in the future. I think particularly important is the kind of life cycle approach that's been taken, and the support to saying, yes, you generate your pre-market clinical evidence, but there is an equal expectation that once you've got your certification, that you do that ongoing review of it, and that notified bodies increasingly, and this is one of the areas where we're currently trying to work out how we're going to meet the demand there as well, is how we can do that ongoing review of data that comes through, and we'll be getting updates of safety and summaries of safety and clinical performance. We'll be getting PSURs through, and piecing all that together is probably the next big challenge that's kind of coming down the road, and everyone's rushing to get over the line of MDR certification, but then we kind of take a deep breath and then move on to that. But I think it's a paradigm shift, but one that is very, very positive.
Okay. A few more questions. So this is an interesting one, I think, that bleeds into what we've been talking about. So transitioning to the MDR IVDR, do you think that the EU authorities and notified bodies can be more supportive to manufacturers in facing the challenges of having to do new registration in the rest of the world countries, clearly where it was based on, their registration was based on CE marking? Can they initiate more discussions with health authorities in such countries to make a smoother transition under the MDR and IVDR?
Great question. Because we're involved in a number of schemes locally, we're obviously in discussions with those regulators, so kind of globally. I think many of them have already established mechanisms to draw off the MDR and IVDR. I think probably what's missing, and I imagine the Commission would probably hold their hands up to this, is that there hasn't been the same kind of formal negotiations been going on to put in place, for example, MOUs or kind of mutual recognition agreements, or those sorts of things that really support it in a meaningful way. So I think it's a really good point. I will take a note to go off the back of this and see what is happening, and see if there needs to be a little bit more impetus put behind that.
Okay. Final one I'm going to ask. I know you've got a hard stop on this, Graham. I want to reflect that. So how is BSI applying Article 61 of the MDR, just as a memory to see that you remember what Article 61 of the MDR is? Because I don't.
Goodness me. I'm going to say that if you want to pose that question to Jay later on, that is probably a level of detail beyond me at the moment, Eamon. So apologies, but park it for Jay, and that will also give Jay 10 minutes to although knowing what Jay's like, he won't even need that 10 minutes. He'll know it off the top of his head. So.
Well, Graham, thanks very much. We've already got a couple of people posted questions with the links to the Blue Guide. So people have been working in the background. We'll share that with everybody through the chat before the end of the conference. But with that, Graham, thank you very much for sparking the discussion. There's lots more questions in, and we'll work out how we can get answers to people's questions and get them back to them if we don't have a chance to take them during the rest of the session. But Graham, thanks for giving us such a great start and giving us a kickoff. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Eamon, and enjoy the rest of the conference, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to the next session, which is looking at the UK medical device regulations, and we've got 3 speakers who are going to take us through this session. So what we're going to do is to take the questions at the end after all of the 3 speakers, but please do continue to put questions in through the Q&A function as the presentations are going on, and we can deal with them as a group at the end of the session. What I don't want to do is put a question to speaker 1 and find that speaker 2 is already going to answer that question a little bit later on. So I think it will help our discussion if we can do that in one go with a panel at the end. So first of all, I'm really pleased to introduce Jay Katter. Jay's the Regulatory Director and Head of Medical Devices in BSI Regulatory Services, and the head of the notified body for medical devices. Prior to joining BSI, Jay was the chief scientist at a startup medical device company developing innovative soft tissue repair and replacement therapies. Jay, I'll hand over to you to talk about the UK medical device regulations.
Thanks, Simon. Can you confirm that you can hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yes, you're coming through perfectly. Thank you, Jay.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks also for the opportunity to come and talk about the UK regulations. And maybe, if I just take a minute about the previous question on Article 61, I think someone mentioned. I wonder if they meant Article 16, because Article 61 in MDR is to do with clinical evaluation. And I know you posed a question to Graham about clinical evaluation and the increased requirements in the MDR about clinical evaluation. And I think they are here to stay. And if the question was about Article 16, which talks about some economic operators like distributors, who might translate some of the labeling information or repackage some of the finished devices, and those economic operators requiring a certificate from the notified bodies, that's Article 16. And BSI, along with many other notified bodies, are preparing to start issuing certificates under Article 16. So something to look forward to in the next few months, I would say. If they have any specific questions on Article 16, I welcome direct approach. They can write to me, and I'm happy to answer any questions on that. So let's move on from the EU legislations to the UK legislations. In my part, I think in the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to talk a little bit about the UK approved body perspective on the current UK legislation, which is currently in effect, and share a few thoughts about the future, the UK legislation and the consultation response that MHRA published over the weekend. I'll touch on 3 critical aspects of that. So in terms of the current UK legislation and the conformity assessment process that BSI has gone with, I think just I suppose a pointer that BSI has presented on this in quite a few forums. So I don't intend to spend too much time on the existing conformity assessment process that BSI follows under the current UK legislation, but it will be a very quick refresher, I suppose, more than anything else. But there is more information on BSI website, recorded webinars from the past and a lot of reading materials. So I invite any participants who are interested in more detail to go to the BSI website and look at the previous talks and webinars we have done. Today, I'm just going to touch on this from a very top level. So the BSI process for UK CA marking, the slide shows a little, picture of what the typical conformity assessment process looks like, starting from inquiry. Then you go to the quotation phase, then you have the application review phase. Then you have the actual conformity assessments taking place. That could be a combination of quality management system audits, technical documentation reviews, microbiology assessments, and in some cases testing, for example, type testing, etc. Once all the assessments are done, there is the final review stage where a qualified person from BSI would put together a recommendation based on all the assessments and the outcomes of the assessments and make a recommendation for either certification or refusal. And then the critical decision-making step, where this is like a peer review by more experienced staff, and they authorize the issuance of the certificate or the refusal of the certificate, etc. And then the actual certificates get issued. So that's the the generic top-level process. Now, when we translate this into UKCA, it's not as straightforward as that, because there are different scenarios we need to consider. So we could have an application by a manufacturer for UKCA certification who have no prior certification at all. That means they don't have any CE certificates, might not have any ISO 13485 certificates. They want, this is the initial application from them to BSI. We have manufacturers who who are requesting UKCA certificates based on their existing CE certificates, whether under the directives or regulations. And we have manufacturers who have CE certificates with other notified bodies in Europe, but would like UKCA certification from BSI. So, three very different scenarios. And even within the initial applications, there are different combinations possible. A manufacturer could only seek UKCA certification, but they could also ask for UKCA certification with MDR certification, similarly UKCA certification with IVDR certification. So there are many permutations and combinations of this. And what BSI has done is to introduce streamlined processes that are specific to all these different permutations and combinations. So as I said, I won't dive into too much detail, but these are some, really top-level general principles. Because the current UKCA legislation is based on the EU directives, if it's a brand new application for UKCA certification with no prior certification held by the manufacturer, we follow the current certification process that we use for directives, except where relevant, we would replace the EU requirements with the UK specific requirements. The second case where the manufacturer is requesting UKCA certification based on their existing directive or regulation certificates, which has been issued by BSI, the notified body 2797 in Netherlands. In this case, the process is quite simple. It's quite short, where it's an abridged conformity assessment process where we basically leverage all the assessments we have done under the directives, but just focus on the few UK specific requirements which we assess, and then we can issue the UKCA certificates. If the manufacturer is seeking UKCA certification based on their existing CE certificates, but issued by another notified body, which is not BSI, what we do is the level of conformity assessment here is slightly more than the previous case, but it's very similar to what we would follow if the manufacturer had applied for a transfer of their CE certificates. It's not a true transfer, but the process we have developed is very similar to that of a transfer. And then let's look at the combined applications, in the sense manufacturer wanting both UKCA plus MDR or IVDR. In most of these cases, what we have done is to streamline our processes where, wherever possible, it would be one assessment which can combine both the requirements, the UKCA requirements and the MDR or IVDR requirements. So wherever possible, we combine our assessments. There are certain cases where we have to do things separately, and one example is UKCA certification under the Part 4 of UK legislation, which is the equivalent of IVDD, and an application for IVDR. Now, because there are significant changes between IVDD and IVDR, it's very hard to combine our assessments. And in these cases, we might undertake standalone assessments. Just a note that if your device does have medicinal substances or animal tissue derivatives derived from a species which is susceptible to TSE risk, then we might need two consultations, one with MHRA and one for the EU side with an EU competent authority. And unfortunately, these can't be combined, and we can't leverage past consultations because, well, UK has Brexited. So that means two separate consultations that would be required, one for the UK and one for the EU. So that's a very quick whirlwind tour of the existing conformity assessment model for UKCA certification under the existing UK legislations. As I said, if you need more details, please consult the BSI website. I do want to spend a bit more time on the lessons we've learned and our experience so far based on the applications we've seen. And we have issued hundreds of UKCA certificates now. Most of them, I would say, are manufacturers seeking UKCA certification based on their existing CE certificates. There are a few applications where they are truly initial applications with no previous certification, but a majority of these are applications based on existing CE certifications held by the client. So I think we've kind of whittled down the list of what is our experience to, what are the key areas that manufacturers really need to focus on. So labeling, so UKCA mark and the UK responsible person information, when should it be applied? There is still some confusion on this. So a UKCA mark can only be applied if you complied with the UK legislation. If you are placing your device on the Great Britain market based on your CE mark, you shouldn't be applying the UKCA mark. And then the UKRP information, there are some questions in this area. So unlike on the EU side, a legal manufacturer can have only one UK responsible person in the UK. And their details, sometimes they are mandated on the labeling, sometimes it's not mandated on the labeling. Again, if you look at the government website, you'll find guidance on when it must be there and when it shouldn't be there. There have been a lot of questions about should the UKCA mark go on the device or could it go on the packaging? This becomes a big concern where direct part marking is involved. The requirements of the UK legislation are very similar to that of directives, in the sense the marking is expected to be on the device unless it can be justified that there is no space on the device or the type of device is such that we can't put the mark on it and hence we can put it on the packaging. So the expectation is that if it is possible to put the UKCA mark on the device, it must be on the device as well as sales packaging and other layers of packaging. So please keep that in mind in relation to the labeling. One of the other things we've noticed is that most manufacturers are not still aware of designated standards. These are the equivalent of the harmonized standards on the EU side. Please do quote them in your technical documentation. I know Lena is going to talk a bit more about designated standards, so I won't spend too much time on that. We are also noticing that most manufacturers are not aware of what's happened on some of the peripheral and the supporting EU legislations, such as the EIFU legislation. There's a regulation on the EU side for devices that use animal tissue with TSE risk. These have now been incorporated into the UK legislation. And when manufacturers submit their technical documentation for the UKCA marking, we are expecting manufacturers to quote the UK equivalent legislative references, not the EU references. So please keep that in mind. And we do receive a bunch of questions on the arrangement and the construction of the technical documentation, whether they can have a combined file for both EU and UK, or should they be separate files? I think our answer is really whatever makes sense to you as the manufacturer. But what is critical is that there is clear traceability and evidence of compliance to the UK requirements. And if you're combining them to, I suppose, on the EU side, to the EU requirements as well. This might mean that you might need, multiple sections of the same area. For example, you might need a labeling section for EU and then a labeling section for UK. You might need a declaration of conformity for EU and a declaration of conformity for UK. You might need a GSPR checklist and a ER checklist for the UK, and so on. So it's really up to the manufacturer how you arrange it. The key thing is that as an approved body, we need to be able to find the evidence quickly, and there's compliance that is established to the UK requirements as well. So I hope that makes sense. So I'll move on quickly now from our current experience under the current UK legislation to what the future holds for the UK. And I think most of you would know by now that MHRA published their consultation response over the weekend. There is a lot of detail. I personally haven't digested or read all of it. I think I've gone through more than 75% of it, but I'm yet to finish everything. But today, I think I'd like to really focus on two areas: the proposed routes to market, the proposed transitional provisions. I think that's really important, and some thoughts or a UK approved body perspective on what has been proposed. So let's start with the proposed routes to market. And I think the consultation response now confirms that there'll be multiple routes to market available for the Great Britain. And again, please remember that Northern Ireland, because of the Northern Ireland Protocol, would continue to operate under the EU requirements. There is a separate route, the UK-NI route, available for Northern Ireland as well. I don't think there's been much take-up of that route. So the focus is really on Great Britain, because most of this would really apply to Great Britain. So the proposed routes to market, the consultation now confirms that there's a route based on manufacturers holding an MD-SAP certificate. And the expectation here is that the approved bodies would use the output of the MD-SAP assessments that have happened until that point. And then there would be an abridged conformity assessment to cover any, for example, the missing QMS requirements and the technical documentation reviews by the UK approved body. And I think once everything goes well, the approved body issues a certificate and the manufacturer can apply the UK CA mark and access the Great Britain market. And then there's the domestic assurance route. Now, this is an interesting one because the proposal is that manufacturers would be able to use approvals in some of these domestic markets, such as maybe US, Canada, and there is no list as such mentioned in the consultation, but we'll have to wait and see which jurisdiction domestic approvals would fall under this. But the idea is that the approved body would look at what domestic approvals the manufacturer has received for their devices, and then conduct an abridged conformity assessment of the requirements that are specific to UK or not covered by the international approval, and then issue a certificate based on that. Now, the interesting bit here is in the domestic approval, there is a sentence where it says, the approved bodies might reject the feasibility of this route depending on which domestic assurance approval it is and whether there is, I suppose, access to information under that. So that's something which I'll come to a bit later in the discussion points, but please keep that in mind and I'll come back to that. The third route I have on the slide, which is the CE plus UKCA, I should put a disclaimer out there that this is something that is not explicitly specified in the consultation, but I think one that most manufacturers would use because, if you're trying to access the EU market based on MDR and IVDR, and the UK legislation is going to reflect MDR and IVDR very closely for a large percentage of it, then it's very likely that the manufacturer would want to work with a conformity assessment body, which is both an EU notified body and a UK approved body, and they're able to combine their assessments. So there are efficiencies to be made there. So although this is a route that is not explicitly called out in the consultation, we think this will be something that is commonly used moving forward, especially now knowing that the future UK legislation is largely aligned to MDR and IVDR. Then obviously the fourth route available is the UK specific route, the UKCA route. And as we've learned from the consultation response, it looks like the UK legislation would be largely aligned to MDR and IVDR, with maybe some UK specific changes. So manufacturer who is only keen on the UK market can follow this conformity assessment route. But we do think, again, compared to some of the other routes to market available, this might not see a lot of take-up, and it would probably be limited to manufacturers who are only serving the UK market. There's also the innovative medtech pathway. Now, this is quite interesting one. This is specifically focused on devices that address a very specific need, maybe some really rare health conditions which affect a very small patient population, maybe devices that could be considered game changers in terms of the innovation and the new technology involved, maybe manufacturers who are SMEs and focused on SMEs. So I think the criteria has not been set in stone, hasn't been fully defined yet, but this is a pathway which is hope to be used in very, very specific cases, in a small number of cases where the devices are really innovative and groundbreaking. The proposal here is that the MHRA takes a more proactive role in conformity assessment and actually undertake some pre-market assessment and issue a limited approval for the UK market access. But there would be specific circumstances and conditions defined around this market access. The original proposal states that in such a case that the manufacturer should not apply UKCA mark on it. But once the limited access has been obtained, the manufacturer can go to market. But at some point, they would be expected to undergo a full conformity assessment by a UK approved body. And only at that stage, they can apply UKCA mark and access the general market beyond the specific circumstances. So that's something innovative, something new that we haven't seen in any other global jurisdictions. And then let's move on to the transitional provisions. I think this is a key. Most manufacturers would be waiting to see what the consultation response has said in relation to this. Now, I've kind of broken this down into 3 parts. So for those devices which comply with the current UK legislation, UK MDR 2002, parts 2, 3, or 4, and that means the UKCA mark based on the current legislation, the proposal is that these devices can be placed on the Great Britain market until either their current UKCA certificates expire or for a certain period of time until from when the new UK legislation kicks in. So it's 3 years for medical devices and AIMDs, 5 years for IVDs. But it's this, whichever comes first of these 2 options. So whichever is the soonest of either the UKCA certificate expiry or either 3 years or 5 years from when the new legislation kicks in. I think the hope and the anticipation is that it would still be the 1st of July 2023 when the new legislation kicks in. So if you then think about what's happening with these devices, most manufacturers' UKCA certificates that are now being issued are, as I said before, are based on existing CE certificates. That means that the expiry dates of those certificates, at least as issued by BSI, would probably be between the May 2024 and potentially May 2026, depending on when the CE certificate was last renewed. So if you think of that, so those certificates, those manufacturers would enjoy the transitional provisions until, I would say, a maximum of 2026, which lines up quite nicely with the 3-year period that is allowed for the medical devices and AIMDs as well. So the sooner of one of these 2. So either way, the UKCA certificate holders would probably enjoy the transitional provisions, we think, until 2026 for MDs and AIMDs, and slightly later, 2 more years for IVDs. And then the next category is devices which have a CE mark, and whether based on a CE certificate issued by a notified body, or these are low-risk devices which have a declaration of conformity to the EU legislations, but to the directives, the MDD, AIMDD, and IVDD. So the transitional provisions here, again, is that these devices can be placed on the Great Britain market until either the certificates expire, or again, 3 years for medical devices, 5 years for IVDs from the date of the new UK legislation, and whichever is the soonest of these 2. So again, if you analyze this scenario, because the clause is that whichever is the soonest would apply, and if you think of the MDD certificates and AIMDD certificates, all of these have a hard deadline or cutoff date, which is the 26th of May 2024. And so although the transitional provisions say 3 years or 5 years for IVDs, we think that the majority of the devices under the directive certificates would only benefit from the transitional provisions until either May 2024 for medical devices or AIMDs, or May 2025 for the Annex 2 List A IVDs. Something counterintuitive here is that if a manufacturer is a maker of low-risk devices which don't need a notified body certificate and they self-declare their compliance, I seem to interpret the requirements as they might enjoy the full 3 years or 5 years from the new legislation publication date. but it's unclear whether these declarations of conformity would be considered as valid when there isn't the backing legislation to them, because MDD and IVDD become void, completely void. So we are unsure of how that is going to work, but the verbiage seems to indicate that they might enjoy the benefits until 2026 or 2028. But this is something that we will request clarity from MHRA in our meetings with them. And the last category here is the devices which are in compliance with MDR and IVDR. And in this case, the transitional provisions have been extended to 5 years. So that means manufacturers who have CE marked their devices based on compliance to MDR and IVDR can continue to place their devices in the Great Britain market under certain conditions, like you have to register your devices, have a UK responsible person if relevant, comply with some post-market requirements of the UK legislation, etc., etc. But you can benefit an additional 5 years where you can use your CE mark to access the Great Britain market. So I think that's where the most advantage is in terms of the transitional provisions if you comply with MDR and IVDR. So that's our take on the transitional provisions that have come out from the consultation response from MHRA. So in terms of our thoughts on this, as I mentioned, the transitional timelines I think do provide some breathing room for manufacturers, but some aspects are still unclear to us, and we will seek some clarifications from MHRA on that. I think it's nice to see that there is a clear focus on high-risk devices and innovative technologies such as software and AI devices and implantable devices. I think this is very welcome. As Gray mentioned earlier, this might be the place where UK really distinguishes itself from other jurisdictions in terms of market access, in terms of being more innovative, more proactive, etc. So it's something to wait and see. I think we think that it's really good that there is broad alignment between the EU MDR and IVDR and the UK legislations, because I think that would reduce the burden quite significantly for manufacturers, because there's a significant overlap of requirements between the two legislations. In terms of the new routes to market that have been proposed, I think, again, this is a great opportunity for manufacturers, but we do see some risks with this approach. And again, some examples are on the slide here. The one I would really want to mention is about the domestic approval, because it says that approved bodies can decide whether they consider a domestic approval as valid or not. We fear that that might lead to many inconsistencies between the approved bodies. I think what might be useful is a clear set of criteria or even a published list on what domestic approvals would be considered valid for UK and which shouldn't be considered valid. Otherwise, we worry that there might be some inconsistencies developing between approved bodies on which domestic approvals would be considered valid and which wouldn't be. I think the big challenge here is the access to information. Can approved bodies get access to the reports and the assessments under these domestic approvals, which give them enough confidence to say that we can satisfy ourselves with just an abridged assessment for the UK specific requirements. There's also the question of legal liability for approved bodies if the UKCA certification is based on MDSAP or domestic assurance. So there's some clarifications needed on that front for the UK approved bodies. And the last comment from me is about the pre-market approval for innovative medtech. And we wonder whether a pre-market assessment by MHRA and approval by MHRA would put undue pressure on the approved bodies to certify those devices because MHRA has already approved those devices. We don't know how it's going to play out, but it's not hard to imagine that that might put some undue pressure on approved bodies to certify these devices just because MHRA has already certified those devices. So something to look at as this develops over the next year. That's the end of my part, and I will hand over to Helen for a manufacturer's perspective on the UK legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay. So it's a great pleasure now for me to introduce Helen Forsdyke, Senior Director of Regulatory Compliance at Johnson & Johnson, where her role involves partnering with the J&J commercial entities in EMEA and the distribution centres globally to make sure to ensure end-to-end quality compliance. She also has responsibility for monitoring the external environment with a focus on changing regulations, and led the regulatory compliance activities to ensure inspection readiness for the EU medical device regulations at the legal manufacturers of J&J around the world. I know Helen is struggling with COVID, so hopefully thanks for joining us today, and hopefully your voice will hold out for the presentation, Helen. But if you have any problems, just let us know.
Okay, so thank you very much, Eamon, and it is my pleasure to be here today. As Eamon says, COVID has just slapped me, so I'm managing through some COVID lungs today, so good job we are virtual, otherwise we could end up with another spreader event. So if we move to the next slide, please. So my topic for today is to talk about the UKCA for medical devices, looking at it from a manufacturer's point. So if we move to my next slide, I have my disclaimer here. These are my views. We are obviously discussing internally a lot about UKCA mark, but yeah, that's my disclaimer. So next slide. So as many of us have indicated, obviously getting the Sunday morning gift from the UK government did change a little bit the focus of my presentation today. My slides had already been through legal and comms review, so I have not updated the content in response to the UK government consultation, but I feel that the content is still relevant given some of Eamon's opening remarks about good intentions. So we will continue through with the slides as they are drafted here today. So overall, obviously, from a J&J perspective and from a manufacturer's perspective, we do welcome the response to the consultation and the directions that have been provided therein, and particularly welcoming the acceptance of the recognition for some transitional provisions. Working for the 1st of July 2023 timeline was obviously putting some extreme pressure on our businesses. But until we get the full legal text being formulated and all of the associated guidance, we are still working on our key assumptions and moving towards compliance per the current programme and project plans that we have in place. It is astounding, I think, to think about the fact that it was 6 years ago that the vote for the UK to leave the EU went through, and I was on a project team at that point in time, which we had set up on the chance that maybe the UK would vote to leave. Obviously, that programme team continues to run, and the momentum for the July 2023 date is something that we have been forging towards. We know at the heart of all that we do is our focus on our patients and ensuring that we have safe and effective products. And we also see that very clearly in the UK government messaging. The forward in the public consultation really talks to the fact that we are focused here on delivering improved patient and public safety with greater transparency and more proportionate regulation of medical devices. A company like Johnson & Johnson is obviously working across multiple jurisdictions and working amongst multiple regulatory changes. We've already talked about the EU MDR, the IVDR. We're also facing changes for Switzerland with the Medical Devices Ordinance, working on the changes for Eurasia with the Medical Devices Regulation for Eurasia, and also now starting to look at what happens when the US FDA updates the QSRs to face into the ISO 13485. So we have to understand that while the UKCA marking is really important for our business, we're also looking at the impact across multiple jurisdictions. So we move to the next slide. we started to pull together a bit of a word cloud on our feelings for the UK CA marking. And we know, as Jay has just alluded to there, that we have some current responsibilities and to ensure that we are able to put our product onto the UK GB market. So we have the responsible person appointment, we have the registration with the MHRA database, we have the payments that we need to process in order to complete that registration. And we're also routinely managing questions from our conformity assessment bodies about our UK CA marking approaches. So all those things are happening today, and we're living into that reality of the UK CA marking. Further to that, obviously, we're looking at our readiness for the future regulation, and we know that in working with the UK government, they have a real strong focus on innovation, but also looking at the green agenda and how the green agenda is impacting the medical devices market. So looking at the objective of placing the UK CA mark on our product with all of the associated regulatory changes, the assessments that we need to face into, there's much that's changing here, many spinning plates that we're all managing. And this really is creating some level of uncertainty as to what the future regulatory environment looks like for our products and for a large organisation like Johnson & Johnson. So if we move to our next slide. I was given just 10 minutes to give a manufacturer's perspective, so that in itself is a challenge. So I have a number of slides here that are looking at our primary concerns, and then a slide on positives as well. But I'm not going to go through bullet by bullet on these slides, you'll be pleased to hear. But I just wanted to highlight a few of those concerning areas that we are facing. The key one that I think we're all very conscious of is around the infrastructure and the readiness of that infrastructure for the UK CA marking. The availability of conformity assessment bodies for the UK CA mark is a key concern for us. Obviously, partnering with BSI is one of those places where we are able to get that UK CA mark. But a number of the other key notified bodies that we work with are yet to receive their designation. And there is obviously a capacity constraint on notified bodies themselves, as we're seeing facing into the EU MDR and the IVDR. We see within the public consultation response that there is some direction given on how the conformity assessment process can be enhanced, but at the moment, without the legal text and without the guidance, we know that this is still around good intentions. Obviously, the implementation deadline of the 1st of July 2023 is one that we were all driving to. In fact, our project was called Brexit 2023. So, you know, obviously now with the UK government consultation response, we are assuming that that date is still the one that we're going to be striving towards, and we know there'll be some post-market requirements that we need to live into following that particular date. But the transition deadline, the allowance for our business to transition fully, effectively, planning our resources, planning our funding, but really ensuring continuity of supply are those key areas that our supply chain organisation is really living into. We have a global supply chain, so we need to ensure that we don't end up with a high level of proliferation of SKUs. We also need to ensure that we manage our stock appropriately and that we're able to get the UK CA marking on our product at an appropriate time and appropriately managed within our supply chain. Jay did talk about direct part marking. This obviously is a concern for manufacturers where we know that we have space constraints on some of our products. We also know that in order to make those changes for product that are not etched but cast, there are a number of tooling changes that we need to make, and those have extremely long lead times associated with them. And while the UK current text based on the MDD is clear about the requirements for direct part marking, when the UK government talks about digital and digital innovation, our hope is that there could be some allowance for digital labelling, and therefore maybe we may not have to physically mark all of our products with the UK CA mark alongside all of the other marks that are also required in other jurisdictions. My next slide continues to talk about some of the challenges we face. The placing on the market, the definition therein. Graham alluded to the Blue Guide just being issued today. That obviously covers the EU, and it in itself is also currently being analysed by the lawyers, who have some concerns about the change in definition for the EU. Obviously for the UK, we're talking very much about the GB market and the placed on the market definition therein. But that then gives us some challenges about ensuring that we have product on the UK market and that we link that to our cert expiry. We also really are looking to ensure that we don't have this sell-off provision that is under the EU legislation, very clear for the MDR products, sorry, the MDD products under the EU. So many challenges there around legal text, but really coming into that supply chain element associated with making changes to the physical labelling and obtaining our certificates for our products. My final slide on the concerns again just hits on some of those other areas that we're also thinking about here. The environmental impact. As we change our labelling, there's a lot of stock, label stock, that could need to be disposed of. That in itself has an impact on the environment. We know that there is possibility of stock obsolescence. We also know that the government is looking at setting us targets concerning green targets for our products. So many environmental challenges that we could be facing. Alongside looking at the retirement of our product, ensuring that we've got a strong product portfolio for the UK market, but ensuring that we have some return on our investment as we make those changes to our products. And then finally, just looking at the QMS certification, the tech file reviews and obtaining our certificates. This in itself puts a huge pressure on our businesses. Graham talked about were there any businesses out there that could challenge his metric of 1 in 3 audit days. I'm going to put my hand up and say, yes, I can do that personally. Currently, I'm supporting 3 audits in the EU and 2 in the US, just as we speak. So any BSI auditors that are out there are being told they have to hold their questions until I'm done presenting here. But that just gives you a view of the magnitude of the number of audits we manage every day across a global organisation like J&J. So adding extra audits in order to obtain our UKCA mark puts additional pressure on our business. So we do see uncertainty underpinning many of these concerns. And although we've got the formal consultation, until we get that legal text and the associated guidance, we continue to be concerned. Just hitting then quickly on some of the positives, because I think I'm already over time. There are some upsides. We really do see that the UK government is living into their innovation focus and their focus on digital. And so we really are encouraging, sorry, the slide has not moved on. Thank you. We are encouraging that continued thought process of accepting of digital pathways, be that our digital for our products, such as our software as a medical device, looking at AI, but also looking at digital by way of labelling, and additionally looking at digital for our audits. I think the pandemic has shown us just how innovative our industry can be, and that we really need that strong future-proof regulation to continue to see the UK as being the cutting edge for medical device technology. Jay hit on some of the regulatory pathways. As a medical device manufacturer, we're really pleased to see some of those pathways being considered within the consultation response. But looking at harmonisation as we pull that thread is something that our business really is looking to see. How do we prevent us having to rewrite, rechange all of our texts as we submit to multiple jurisdictions? So there's some definite upsides seen in the consultation response, and we just want those to be realised through the adoption of the text. So finally, on my final slide, just want to turn us back again to the reason why we do what we do every day. We want to ensure that we have safe and effective products for our patients, and that we really want to take the opportunity with this UK regulatory change to embrace innovation and give us a robust, future-proof regulation. So thank you for the opportunity to present. I know it was a bit of a whistle-stop tour, but I'm pleased my voice and my lungs have held out.
Thanks very much, Helen, and well done for keeping going through that with those struggles with COVID. So thanks again for that. So the final presentation in this session about the UK CE mark is Lena Cordy-Bancroft. Lena's the sector lead for medical devices in BSI Knowledge Solutions, where she's responsible for working with industry and government stakeholders to resolve issues surrounding the development and designation of medical device standards. Lena was previously President and Principal Consultant at Qualitas Professional Services. So Lena, with that introduction, I'll turn over to you to talk about UK designated standards, relationship of standards and the state of the art. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Eamon. And I'm very pleased to be at this conference and talking about one of my favorite things, which just happens to be standards. Shocking, since it's my world. So, my slides. There we go. Oops. There we go. So when I was starting to look at this presentation and looking at how we pull everything together, with Jay talking about the new regulation, and Helen talking about the UK CA mark, how do we do this then? How do we, where did we come from? Where are we going? And to quote Woody Allen, is there a possibility of a group discount, which I think all manufacturers sure wish we could have, just to make this simpler for us. But I think just to kind of set, where we're going, I want to say how we got here. And so let's look at what the EU harmonized standards process looks like. Because this is something we've all been used to, that we've all been using for many, many years. So we know that there's a large bucket of published standards that may or may not go through this harmonization process. But that harmonization process starts with a standardization request issued by the EU Commission, and that goes to CENELEC and the EU Committee on Standards, who then votes on this request to see if it does make sense and if they agree with the proposed standards for harmonization or the development of standards for harmonization, and then they reject or approve it. And we're pretty familiar with this process, given that the current standardization request took a while, went through a couple iterations to be approved. Once that standardization request, in this case it's SREC M575, was approved, then it goes back to CENELEC, who are then commissioned to create these Annex Zs. And the Annex Zs are what are used to draw alignment to show how the standard meets the requirements of the regulation, either full or partial or not at all meeting the requirements of the GSPRs, or the General Safety Product Requirement. I'm totally like drawing a blank on all my acronyms today. I apologize. Once those annexes are written, then they go through a HAS consultant assessment, who they look at the annex on behalf of the Commission and approve or reject it in order to determine if it meets the requirements. Once it's approved, CENELEC can then publish that standard with the Annex Z. That does not mean that it is harmonized yet. There's still one final step to go. So a lot of times you will see a standard that has those Annex Zs published, but the only way to know if it's harmonized is to look for the citation in the official journal of the European Union. And that's where the citation is. It says the number of standards, or what standards specifically are being harmonized, and to what regulation, whether it's the MDR or the IVDR in case of medical devices. Keep in mind that this does apply to multiple sectors as well. So it's not, my reference here is just to medical devices, but it does apply elsewhere. It's important to note that once a standard that has the Annex Z, that it cannot be used for that legal presumption of conformity until it is actually cited in the official journal. So that is the key last step to the harmonization process, and one that can cause quite a bit of confusion. So that's what we're all hoping for, is to be able to use this as the standards as a quicker means of showing conformance to the regulation. So prior to the MDR, under the MDD and AIMDD and the IVDD, we had standards that were harmonized to those directives. And you can see here just the vast number that we had. 264 for the MDD. Of those, there were 46 that were also done to the AIMDD, and then 41 to the IVDD. Now, so far with the new regulations, we have 15 standards that have been harmonized to the MDR and 9 to the IVDR. So you can see we've got quite a ways to go to get to an equivalent of the 264 standards to the MDD. And that is proving to be a challenge with the 2023 deadline for that. Hopefully we see an uptake on citations of the standards in the official journal. At a previous conference that I spoke at regarding designated harmonized standards and state of the art, Mario Castello from the European Commission, it was actually the day that the 14971 and the last standardization, or the last citation to OJU was published, and he said that we can expect another one later this year, sometime in Q4. So I told him, I said I was going to hold him accountable to that. Yeah, he didn't think that was very funny, but anyway, so that's what we have to look forward to. So let's go to where we are now. Kind of what are we looking at? And in this case, we have there was a guidance that was published in December of 2020 by the UK government. This is it's not sector specific again, so it applies to all the industries within the UK. But this walks through the process for designation of standards. The use of the term designation is equivalent to harmonization in the EU. It's just what is being used to differentiate the UK standards and the UK designation process from the EU process. So the first step is to recommend standards for designation for regulatory conformity purposes, using that presumption of conformity. These designated standards can help manufacturers demonstrate that their products, services, or processes comply with the UK law. By following designated standards, manufacturers can then claim that presumption of conformity, which can be countered by evidence. You always have to, you can't just assume, you have to have that evidence there to support that with the corresponding essential requirements, or in the case of the EU, it would be GSPRs. They're essentially the same things, GSPR versus essential requirements in the UK. Designated standards do not replace the essential requirements, and manufacturers do still retain the full responsibility for ensuring applicable law is met in the UK. So to recommend a standard, a stakeholder could propose a standard for designation to BSI, and then BSI would look at the relevant technical committee, work with the relevant technical committee to assess if that standard is suitable to put forward for designation. BSI's main role is to update OPSS, the Office for Product Safety and Standards, with information on what are these new or revised standards that need to be considered for designation. So being that conduit to government to say, hey, we have these standards out here, what do you want to happen with these. OPSS then, they are responsible for leading the designation process across all various departments of the government, and promoting consistency and guidance on this designation process. Once BSI communicates this information to OPSS about the newer revised standards that need to be considered, OPSS then communicates that to the relevant government departments, depending on who's responsible for that designation process for a sector. In the case of medical devices, it is MHRA. So the government itself ensures that the designated standards meet the required levels of safety or energy efficiency, whatever is required in their sector. And then the Secretary of State is ultimately responsible to designate the standards for the regulatory conformity processes. I apologize, my mouse is really click happy today. So once the standards have been recommended for designation, it goes through the process for assessment to see if it is suitable for providing a presumption of conformity. Not exactly the same as the HAS consultant assessment that the EU uses, but it's similar in what it's trying to do. So we start with BSI. Once a standard is set, is requested for designation, then BSI will ensure, working with the various committees or the relevant committee, ensures that the newer revised designated standard is mapped to the essential requirements of the regulation. The government then assesses how that standard covers those essential requirements. We don't know how this is going to work on an operational basis, but this is what is written into the guidance that was published in December of 2020. After the government assesses the standard, then they compare the provisions of that standard with the requirements of the regulation. As was mentioned earlier, and as most of us are very well aware of, with the response to the consultation for the UK regulation, we can start to look at how do the standards meet those requirements, even though it's still it's draft, it's not a finished, at least a final regulation. At least we've got a good idea of where it's going. After that, then the government decides suitability for providing that presumption of conformity to law. Very similar to that HAS consultant. We don't know how that, again, the machinations for getting that to happen, but there has to be some determination that, yep, this is the government, or in the case of medical devices, MHRA wants to use that it is suitable, that the standard is suitable for meeting the presumption of conformity. BSI then assesses the quality and technical adequacy of that standard, and that is done in conjunction with the technical committees. And then both BSI and the committees will provide clarification if needed on the suitability of that standard. Government can make a proposal to would then make a proposal to publish those references to standards. They do this publicly on their website, and that is available for 28 days, during which time stakeholders can also object to the rationale if they don't agree with a standard that's proposed for designation, if they feel that it does not actually meet the essential requirements. And then if the proposal if it's approved, it goes through, then OPSS will publish that reference on the website on day 29 after the reference was published. Publication, that publication on day 29 can be postponed if an objection against a standard, a proposed standard a standard proposed for designation alleges that it does not adequately cover the relevant essential legal requirements. Have not seen that happen yet, especially, well, in medical devices, we haven't gone through this official process yet, but we're expecting that we will start to see this in other sectors as well. So when to designate then a standard for use as a presumption of conformity, the government needs to decide Are they going to designate that standard? Oops, let me change the screen, sorry. Needs to decide if they're going to designate that standard in full, if they're not going to designate it, or designate it with a restriction. So if you're familiar with the US, the FDA's recognized standards policy procedure, they have on their Part B of the supplementary information section, they say whether it's recognized in full or partially, and then they explain what is not, what area of the standard is not recognized. And the government would be doing the same on the gov.uk website, indicating if it's a full designation, partial designation, or not designated. OPSS is responsible for maintaining the information on the gov.uk website and for publishing the references to those standards once the government's approval to designate has come through. And that also would include any restrictions and the transition periods for designation of the standard. These transition periods are published on the gov.uk notice when the designated standard replaces an existing designated standard as well. So that allows both the new designated standard and the superseded standard to both be able to give a presumption of conformity, which is very important, so that for manufacturers to be able to transition from one to the other rather than having to just cold turkey switch over. The stakeholders, once the standard has been designated, their responsibility, so talking about manufacturers and other economic operators that are using standards, they must review those published notices for references to those restrictions and making sure that they understand how the standard or what parts of the standard can be used for designation to show that presumption of conformity to the legal requirements. And then finally, BSI can provide clarification on standard suitability for the designation if needed. So let's talk about standards now that are designated to the Medical Device Regulations 2002. This information is as of January 1st, 2021. Previously, I mentioned kind of the status of the standards that were harmonized to the EU directives. In January 2021, the government issued a kind of like a blanket designation saying that all these standards that were previously designated to the MDD harmonized to the MDD are now designated to the 2002 medical device regulation. So there were two documents that were published, 0034/21 for medical devices and 0033/21 for the IVDs. Within these, there were 276 standards that were cited that were carried over from the MDD. 12 of those were removed in September that were no longer designated as they were replaced or were no longer valid. And then 44 for the IVDs, noting that 3 were also removed. So you get the 264 standards for the MDD for medical devices and 41 for IVD devices that are designated in the UK to the Medical Device Regulation 2002. That is our current state of where we're at. The list of these harmonized standards can be found on the gov.uk website. They have not been updated for medical devices since January 2021. If you go to that website, you can see in other sectors there has been some movement done on designation of standards, but because we've been waiting for the publication of the regulation and the response to the consultation, we haven't had an opportunity to do any additional new designations yet. So under the new UK legislation, the date that it goes into, there's a date where the actual legislation will go into force, and then there's the transitional arrangements. It's anticipated that the date will go into force approximately July 2023, with that transitional arrangement being an additional 5 years on top of that. Designated standards are important in order as that they will be then used to support the UK CA marking that is a requirement that both Helen and Jay have gone over. This is very similar to harmonized standards. It's an equivalent to the harmonized standards to support the CE marking in the EU. We're fairly confident, and I can't say anything more than that, as we have not gotten a definitive word yet, but confident that there will be no drastic change to the designated standards list from what we currently have, and also what we are expecting to be harmonized in Europe. We know the government doesn't want to. We really want to facilitate trade and innovation in the UK, and by changing up the standards and how we look at designating and using designated standards would be not so beneficial. So, not looking at major changes, but we might see some what is is it partially designated or fully designated, and so on, depending on the nuances of the regulation. So we know that since January 2021, we have had a lot of standards that have been revised, and we have had some new standards that have been published as well. There are also standards that are waiting for publication that are kind of out there and just waiting to be put into use. So what do we do? How do we transition and how do we maneuver through this period of this old regulation, revised standards, and on our way to the new regulation? And that's where we really get into use of the state of the art. So state of the art has been a challenging concept. Part of it is because within the MDR and IVDR, there are 0 definitions of what state of the art means. While there are numerous references, only 12 in the MDR only, but 23 in the IVDR. Very fortunately, we did 14971. The risk document is now harmonized, and there is a definition of state of the art within that. I won't read through all of it, but I think the note is especially helpful in that state of the art embodies what is currently and generally accepted as good practice in technology and medicine. The state of the art does not necessarily imply the most technologically advanced solution. The state of the art described here is sometimes referred to as the generally acknowledged state of the art. So it's not probably the perfect definition of state of the art. And if you go out to the dictionary, there's a bunch of different ones that seem a lot simpler that could be applied, but we know that simple is definitely not going to make its way through legislation and through the lawyer's review. So we carry on. But without a proper definition of state of the art, interpretation is needed for this practical application of state of the art. And that's what's important here is how do we apply state of the art to our medical devices and our conformity to the regulations. It's important to look at, as a medical device manufacturer, there's really 2 types of technology, or I'm sorry, 2 types of state of the art. State of the art technology, that's the coolest, the wow factor technology. It's not necessarily approved, but it's really cool. Everybody likes talking about it, and it's, the marketing people love going out there and saying, yeah, this is what we've got coming on. And it's generally in trials still. It's what manufacturers want to consider as state of the art because it's the newest and it's the innovative thought behind there. Unfortunately, it's probably not publicly available. Versus state of the art medical devices from a regulator's perspective. And these are products that are developed and approved already for sale within the marketplace. So, their regulators are looking at state of the art as developed technologies. These technologies are for sale in the marketplace. They're approved, they're CE marked, and they're known. They are at the forefront of approved technology, not of future technology, of innovation. So it's always a bit of a game of catch up between what regulators have as state of the art versus what manufacturers and the industry have waiting to come out as state of the art. So how do we use standards to minimize risk of the risks, and how do we use it for state of the art? Use of standards, harmonized or not, because you're still able to use standards that are not harmonized, it's voluntary. However, within the MDR, IBDR, and I would love to change this and be able to include information about the new UK regulation. The notified body shall, where relevant, take into consideration available common specifications, guidance, and best practice documents and harmonized standards. And this is the really important part here, even if the manufacturer does not claim to be in compliance. So if a standard is not considered or an acceptable justification is not provided, then what does the manufacturer do? The manufacturer then needs to consider what applicable standards they have that they can use to be that can be considered state of the art. If a standard is not considered or an acceptable justification is not provided, failure to meet the requirements of a standard that compliance is claimed to is equivalent to failure of the quality management system to that legislative requirement and not to the standard itself. So, and this can be a challenge because as a manufacturer, how are you being aware of what standards are harmonized or designated, which ones are new ones that are coming out that are waiting? You need to be aware of the status of these standards and knowing kind of what's on the horizon for standards as well. If there are no other technical solutions, so if there are no standards, then you look at other technical solutions for evaluation of state of the art. You evaluate whether an alternative method can be applied to meet the requirement of the legislation. If there are no other technical solutions or if evaluation was not conducted, then your auditor, your assessor could state it that it's a failure to consider, that it's a possible failure against that specific regulation or requirement of the legislation. So, for example, failure to consider ISO 10993 on biocompatibility could be a finding for not meeting GSPR 10, which talks about the biocompatibility and safety of the product, and not for not meeting the requirements of the standard. So it's very important to understand what the requirements of the regulations are, what standards can be used or are available to meet those requirements, and how they all come together. And lastly, if you've looked at the standards, you looked at current versions of standards and new ones that are not yet harmonized or designated, you've looked at other technical solutions, then you can also should also assess the data from benchmark devices or medical alternatives, including properties and performance, to create that benefit risk profile. It's all about creating that profile and ensuring that, proving that yes, you are using state of the art and the most up-to-date, most current information available. So the MedDev 2.7/1, it's a little bit older. It's in the EU, but it has really excellent information about use of current knowledge or state of the art, and would be an excellent reference just to have a better understanding. And you can see 4 direct citations of state of the art within the MedDev, requiring determination of that benefit risk profile, making sure that it's compatible with a high level of protection of health and safety, and it includes applicable standards, guidance documents, benchmark data for a device. So when you're talking about technical solutions, you can look beyond just standards. Is there other documentation relevant to the technologies and stuff that you can use to support that? And it's important that it does not necessarily imply the most technologically advanced solution available. So, in conclusion, it's important that it's really a moving target. Manufacturers really need to identify the best available technique. They need to assess the benefit risk ratio of the device to other devices, whether they're older or newer, if the technologies are simpler and more complex, and they need to increase the benefit of their device while reducing the overall risk. So just remember that if your device has been on the market for a long time and there are other devices that are technically superior and present a lower risk than your device, you need to reduce the benefit of your device and increase the risk side of your benefit risk equation. So a constant moving target to figure out what is state of the art and where are you compared to other companies, other manufacturers in the industry. With that, I will turn it back over to Eamon for questions.
Thanks very much, Lena. And thanks also to Jay and to Helen for that detailed session about the UK CA requirements. Sorry, slip of the tongue there. CA requirements in the UK. I think we're actually right up now to the time for our comfort break. So what I'm going to suggest is because Camilla's presentation after the break is likely to be a little bit shorter than the time that Richard had, I'm going to suggest that we hold the questions on this session and deal with them after Camilla's questions, together with questions on the clinical investigation from Camilla, if that is okay with all of our speakers, so that we can keep Camilla starting on time and also give people their break on time. So what I'm going to suggest is we'll take our break now. Thanks very much. We will start again at 20 minutes past the hour with the presentation on clinical data, and then we'll have an extended Q&A session at the end of that and take some of the questions on we've got many questions come in on UK CA marking, so we'll take that at that time. So thanks very much, everyone. Thanks for your participation so far. Just a reminder that there will be a feedback form coming out from BSI, and when you send that back, you will get the link to the recording and the slides. And although Graham spoke without slides, then there will be a recording of his remarks that you'll be able to get after the presentation. So I'll pause with that and see you again at 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the International Standards and Regulation Conference. As mentioned just before the break, what we're going to do is proceed with the program, and thanks to Camilla Fleetcroft, who has stepped in at short notice to fill the slot for Richard, who's unfortunately contracted COVID. So Camilla is worked for the MHRA for over 8 years, but is now the VP of Clinical and Regulatory Affairs for Eclair UK. But while at the MHRA, she led the development of the future UK regulations for medical devices following Brexit, and before that was the head of Clinical Investigations and Evaluation Unit of MHRA, where she represented the MHRA on the EU Clinical Investigations and Evaluation Working Group and led the drafting of MDCG 2020-05 on equivalence. So Camilla, again, many thanks for stepping in at such short notice and giving us this presentation on clinical data and clinical investigations, a refresh and common pitfalls.
Thank you, Eamon, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, as Eamon just kindly said, I'm Camilla Fleetcroft, and I was fortunate enough to speak at this event last year, and so I'm pleased to be able to join again this year. As you heard, I've spent the best part of the last 9 years at MHRA, firstly as a clinical advisor, as a doctor by background, then heading up the medical device clinical investigations and evaluation team, and then finally taking on the role, following in Graham Tunbridge's footsteps as group manager for the regulatory affairs, which then in the transformation at MHRA became the innovative devices deputy director post. So regulation runs very deep for me, as it does Graham, and the last 2 and a bit years have particularly been very fascinating and busy alongside obviously the pandemic response. But as Amy just said, leading that review and development of the UK regulations. And it's been very rewarding to hear some positive comments from the response that's come out. So thank you for those, but also very interesting to hear some of the challenges that have been interpreted. So today, it might not be my most polished performance, apologies, but I'm going to do my best and I hope it's interesting. I'm going to set out a bit of a refresher on what the MDR put in place with regard to clinical evidence and clinical investigations, and then touch on some of the common pitfalls that I saw in my time at MHRA, and indeed continue to see now in my new role. So you can tell Graham and I worked together for many years because I equally thought I would give a bit of a context and refresh our minds on how we ended up where we are with the MDR and the IVDR, and kindly Graham set it out in a lot more detail than I plan to go through. But in the early 90s, we of course had the arrival of the 3 directives. At the time, they were groundbreaking and a welcome move to regulating devices more appropriately. However, over the years since that adoption of the directives, we have of course seen changes and challenges, not only the expansion of the EU, the addition of new member states, but the evolution of medtech and IVDs themselves. The pace at which we see this sector move is quite frankly incredible, and I do think the innovation we see is unrivaled in other sectors. The directives inevitably were not agile or extensive enough to deal with the new regulatory changes that we saw, particularly, for example, in your software and AI. And the sector we see now is really unrecognisable, and I would hazard a guess it probably wasn't even predictable when the directives were first drafted. The final global driver that we see, in particular for clinical data aspects, was that of the high-profile incidents, and I know Graham touched on this as well. Over the years, we've seen obviously the PIP breast implant scandal, vaginal mesh issues, and the metal-on-metal hips, just to mention 3 of the higher-profile events. And this rightly led to challenges and questions around the suitability of the regulations as they were, and were they really good enough to do the job they were meant to do, which is ultimately protect patient safety, public health, and that continues to be paramount and core to what us in the regulator, and now certainly as part of a CRO, continue to drive. So with all of that history to contend with, in 2017 we were handed the EU MDR and IVDR, but I just wanted to touch on that in the UK, they of course over the last few years have had 2 additional key drivers that have impacted on that review of the new legislation. The first being the EU exit and its implications, particularly following the decision not to implement the MDR and IVDR. The second key driver, and particularly pertinent for clinical data, was the publication of the Independent Medicines and Medical Device Safety Review, which was conducted by Baroness Cumberledge and published nearly 2 years ago in July 2020. And this particularly focused on, from the devices perspective, the vaginal mesh controversy, from both a regulatory perspective, but also how the healthcare system in the UK handled it, and how it did seem to fail women impacted with the issues. The review in recommendation 6 is very clear. It highlights the immediate need for a detailed review of the medical device regulation, and again questions that aspect of sufficient clinical data. Are devices coming to market with appropriate data behind them? So just going to go back a bit and look at the regulation. In the MDR, clinical evaluation is further described and the requirements expanded on that in the MDD. Article 61, of course, states that manufacturer shall plan, conduct and document a clinical evaluation. The primary purpose of this, of course, being to demonstrate that the device's conformity to the relevant GSPRs when the device is used as intended. It also sets out to evaluate the impact, frequency, likelihood of the undesirable side effects, and really looking at that acceptability of the benefit-risk ratio. Underpinning this is the demonstration of sufficient clinical evidence to support that conformity of the product. Annex 14 sets out the detailed requirements for the clinical evaluation process, and a lot of what the MDR contained was probably not a surprise to many due to the 2016 publication of Revision 4 of MedDev 271. The legislative changes reinforced what was set out with Revision 4, with a focus on clinical evaluation planning and scope, data appraisal and analysis, and that includes the collection methods used, benefit risk evaluation, and really importantly, as I already mentioned, that demonstration of the sufficient clinical evidence. The MDR also reinforces other important factors relevant to clinical evaluation and the process, and that's, we've already heard today, around consideration of alternatives and the state of the art. Like I said, a real key focus on that acceptability of the benefit risk ratio, the level of clinical evidence that must be specified and justified by the manufacturer, taking the characteristics of their device and the intended purpose into account, must establish a clear post-market surveillance plan and incorporate that post-market surveillance data, in particular the post-market clinical follow-up data, into that process of clinical evaluation. The MDR also includes a definition of equivalence and a process by which you should demonstrate it. That's a bit of a hot topic for me, and if anyone ever wants me to chew their ear off about it, feel free to contact me. But what you see is this process is not a simple loop. There are points at which this process may feed back on itself as the manufacturer goes through the steps. This, of course, can impact that clinical evaluation plan and its delivery and timeframes. And what's important is this is continual. It is a continual loop through that life cycle. MDCG published subsequent clarification through its documents, particularly 2025 and 6. And that is obviously on equivalence and data for legacy devices. I will touch a little bit more on legacy devices shortly. So hopefully this is coming through okay, and I'm sure the majority of you have seen something like this before. It's just a schematic demonstration of the process. But always bear in mind, as I said, this is a fluid process. It can go back and forth. And in fact, it probably should, as you're learning about the device and the data it's generating. It also, like I said, goes through the life cycle of that device. Often there is a mindset that clinical evaluation and the evidence it contains is really a market access tool. Yes, of course it is. We know that, but it is not the whole story. The MDR really pushes that aspect that this process continues into that post-market space, data generation and analysis, and the repeated demonstration of compliance is set out in my earlier slide. Again, not an unsurprising approach, as we had seen it in Revision 4 of 271. Some key requirements that you do need to make sure are covered for your clinical evaluation is to clearly identify that intended purpose, associated clinical benefits of the device, as well as the conditions of use and any specific contraindications that you have. And this is to be presented in a way that is justifiable and supported by the available clinical evidence that you have. You must establish outcomes the outcomes achievable with other state-of-the-art therapies or alternatives for the same populations, treatment indications, and this really provides that baseline and that benchmark for the safety and performance and the benefit risk ratio for the device under evaluation. Again, sources of data should be justified, including any use of equivalence or non-clinical evidence if you've used those. And you're really looking to draw those conclusions regarding safety, performance, and benefit risk, again, with that clear justification based on the evidence you have. All indications need to be considered, even those perhaps more broadly intended by a very broad statement. All potential patient populations, with particular regard to high risk or vulnerable populations, any variants or combinations that are relevant to the device, usage with any accessories, if applicable, should be considered, and again, device lifetime in use, really honing in on that across all aspects. You should have that risk identification and confirmation of the risk that you've identified through your risk management processes. And again, it's about the acceptability of residual risks. Have they been mitigated as far as possible? So that's a lot of information, and obviously this can all be read through the MDR itself. But to summarise, the point of that clinical evaluation is to demonstrate that the device achieves its intended clinical benefits and that the benefit risk conclusion is acceptable when compared to relevant alternative options for the condition and population that you are seeking to use it in. All of this, of course, has the inevitable result for a lot of devices of shifting that market access point further down the timeline. One of the key impacts is the increased focus in that pre-market space and the more proactive oversight of post-market data. There is an increased need for resource. For example, clinical investigations, site inspections. A key question certainly for us at the MHRA as the regulator was, how do these happen? Who does them? What training is needed? And what is the cost impact of these new requirements, both on the competent authority and industry? But at the base of all this is the key fact that with these new requirements and these new considerations, regulators and industry do have to and have had to have a rethink and review of how they work. How is data generated, and how do we ensure that devices continue to come to the market in a timely manner, but certainly not at the expense of their safety and performance? So just moving on now to the clinical investigation aspects. As defined in MDR Article 245, this is a systematic investigation. It is one that involves one or more human subjects, which is undertaken to assess the safety and the performance of the device under review. For the purpose of the talk this afternoon, I am focusing on pre-market clinical investigations, those where the device is either not yet CE marked at all, or it's not CE marked for the new indication under investigation. A clinical investigation should be carried out under Articles 62 to 80. Sorry, that's a typo on the slide. The key purpose is to establish and verify those clinical benefits of the device as specified by the manufacturer. It is also to establish and verify the clinical safety of the device, and again to determine any undesirable side effects when used under normal conditions for that device. Just to add a little note here is that Article 61.4 states that clinical investigations shall be performed for implantable devices and Class 3 devices. However, it does set out some exceptions to this, such as designed by modifications to a device already marketed by the same manufacturer. It's a modified device that's been demonstrated to be equivalent to the marketed device, and this has, of course, been endorsed by a notified body, or the clinical evaluation of the marketed device is sufficient to demonstrate the conformity of the modified device. There are other further exceptions that I won't go into here, but again, if anyone wants to ask more, I can certainly discuss that after the event. Annex 15 provides the further detailed requirements for the conduct of the clinical investigation. It has three covering the general requirements in Part 1, documentation for applications in Chapter 2, and then obligations of the sponsor. Again, as with clinical evaluation, what the regulations set out was not a huge surprise, as much of the requirements were not new, largely based on ISO 14155/2011, as well as MedDev's 274, 272 and 273. The MDR did introduce a few new requirements. I won't touch them on all, but just a few key ones is the term sponsor. In practical terms, that meant that under the MDR, a clinical investigator who initiates that investigation could take on responsibility for meeting the MDR requirements. Prior to this, it was only a manufacturer authorised rep that was identifiable as that responsible party. The MDR explicitly states the requirements for ethical committee review. while certainly from a UK perspective, this was very much already in place and very much how we worked, there were some process implications to be worked through. Risk management requirements also further enforced. Article 62(4)(e) sets out the clinical investigations can be conducted only if anticipated benefits to subjects or public health justify those anticipated risks. And again, this must be under constant review. The redraft of 14155 in 2020 again reinforces the requirements around risk management throughout the clinical investigation process, including the application of ISO 14971 in the clinical investigation setting. There is also the introduction of member state inspections, as I'd already mentioned, of the investigation sites. The requirement for immediate recall procedures to be in place and documented. Competent authority approval changes, such as immediate starts for investigations for Class 1 and non-invasive Class 2A and 2Bs once they have received their validation. Although please note that this is subject to national law variations if member states choose to do so. These, like I said, are just a few to mention. There are others, and I'm very happy to chat to anyone after the event if you want to go through any more. There are, as you'd expect, key independencies between clinical evaluation and the investigation process. The MDR says that clinical investigations must be in line with the clinical evaluation plan, and any investigation application needs to detail and reference the evaluation plan as well. This is reinforced consistency between the two, allowing for that clear justification for the investigation and the data that it is seeking to obtain. So with the MDR in place, what did this really mean for clinical evaluation and data generation through clinical investigations? Well, on the face of it, it's more evidence. There is that clear focus on the need for more pre-market clinical evidence, reassessing what data already is had and where those gaps are. Increased scrutiny across the life cycle, so through pre-market to conformity assessment and then on into that post-market space, again consolidating that approach to regulation. Stricter requirements, we see increased expectations around the level of clinical evidence required, but also increased requirements of the monitoring of the sector and of the documentation required and the actions taken. And finally, transparency. With regard to clinical investigations particularly, we obviously still await the active module for UDAMED, but that will be another key step towards improving transparency. I mentioned some of the guidance earlier and just wanted to quickly pick up on MDCG 2026 on legacy devices. The vast majority of what we are still seeing is devices transitioning over, looking to fill existing data gaps and indeed assess the data that they have. The guidance is clear. We know it was the case, but there is no presumption of conformity for legacy products. Manufacturers do need to plan for compliance with MDR requirements relating to clinical evaluation and PMCF. It is really important to remember that the key concepts of clinical evaluation remain the same. However, there are a range of new requirements, processes and conclusions, particularly for the high-risk devices. So with MDCG 6, it set out good practice for transitioning your legacy products, establishing and updating that clinical evaluation plan, identifying the available data, both pre-market and post-market data that's available, appraisal of the collected data, and again, analysis. So you really see that that cycle approach still exists. It also set out, helpfully, the sections of MedDev 271 revision 4 that were still relevant under the MDR, particularly for the purpose of legacy devices. It also gives you a modified clinical evaluation plan, which states the minimum that you should include in your evaluation plan. And Appendix 3, in addition, provides suggested hierarchy for clinical evidence for that confirmation of conformity with the relevant GSPRs. So I would really recommend, if you've got a legacy product you're looking to transition across, do take a look at that document. So is it worth it? This is a bit of a $1 million question, but I got asked it a lot at MHRA. and quite a lot since I've left. So whilst I've stated that a lot of the changes were not a surprise, it was a clear direction of travel, but now with that reinforcement of the rules being in legislation, the natural question comes to mind is, with all of this legislative change and the increased requirements, has this actually answered some of those challenges I set out right at the beginning? A question I am frequently asked is, will this prevent another mesh? Will this prevent another metal on metal hip controversy? Whilst there is no black or white response, and I certainly won't get into the details of those particular issues, but I do think the short answer is probably yes. The principles do go a long way to answering those challenges and perhaps the inadequacies, of the directives. But I think what's really important to note is, firstly, it's not just about the rules from my perspective. The legislation that we put in place is just one part of that bigger picture. For the improvements and the benefits to be truly realised, and ultimately that is excellent and safe products on the market for patients and the public, this does need to continue to be a system response and implementation. It's really a cultural shift. Regulators, industry, research bodies and healthcare systems are finding new ways of working together or improving the existing ways of working. I also think it's important to note that yes, in theory, it might prevent some of those issues from the past, but a big caveat to that is even the most robust, perfect rules are no use if we can't enforce them or they are simply not achievable. And just it's clear from online discussions and discussions I've had at events or just in my job is that competent authorities and industry are very worried and facing significant challenges. We've heard it here today already. Transition periods are one thing, and I know the UK CE mark transition period is very hot on people's mind, but implementation has to be sound. Otherwise, transition periods ultimately just delay the inevitable cliff edge that they do try to avoid. If the challenges are not addressed and mitigated, then there will continue to be a risk of supply issues, either through delays in coming to market or companies choosing to remove their products, a risk we are obviously only too mindful of in the UK following the EU exit and the creation of the new framework. Reduced access to devices will have detrimental impacts on patients and the public, and therefore it's really vital that we ask ourselves as a sector, what can we do to make this work? Additionally, just to flag, we must remember that the pace of the sector, like I said at the beginning, is incredible, and inevitably we will be facing more challenges of how to regulate certain products. New upcoming products will challenge us again, and that's a global issue. So I don't think you could ever say that regulations are foolproof. They will never predict or stop all issues, but what really is important, and I think the MDR does go a way to answer this, and I hope the UK CE mark framework will do the same, is that you want a system that can identify those issues, react faster, and respond in that more agile manner. Reality is, I think we all know, only time is going to tell, and I think it's sort of still a bit of a watch this space. So just briefly towards the end, what are the key challenges? So the new requirements I've already sort of alluded to don't only bring challenges for industry, the regulators and notified and approved bodies also face the new challenges. Globally, we do see a resource issue across the sector. Increased competent authority involvement means that more oversight means more on their to-do list. More clinical investigations, for example, means more reviews, inspections, and that's just in this particular area of regulation. Implementing those new requirements has been a huge undertaking. EU-level discussions on topics such as the sufficient clinical evidence for legacy devices and equivalents created much debate and took time to produce. National implementation, cross-system implementation with partners such as the ethics committees. Again, all these partnerships, these discussions, they take time. We're looking to uphold those higher standards, but yet it still has to be operational and manageable for industry to achieve. And I think probably the jury would sit on, it's not quite there yet, but let's hope that Graham's right and that we soon get to the other side. There is also consideration on where competent authorities can take pragmatic approaches and streamline processes using national flexibilities. We've already heard that there was inconsistencies in the old system. Is that going to change, or are we just creating new inconsistencies? I don't think, personally, I'm fully positioned to answer that, as the UK has been very much out of discussions at the competent authority level for a few years now. But I suspect that we will see new, different, maybe even some of the same inconsistencies creep in again. Capability is another key challenge. In my last role at MHRA, there was a question around how we continue to review clinical investigation applications and clinical evaluation reports when required in this fast-changing environment. We have an exceptional level of expertise in our UK regulator, but that has its own limitations, as Graham said, BSI do as well. External experts are a key resource, but again, capability and indeed interested regulatory work adds limitations. So a question I sort of put out there is, how do we safeguard this for the future? How do we ensure that system can continue to react and deal with this sector? So common pitfalls. I just wanted to take a moment to flag some of the ones I've seen, particularly regarding clinical investigations. The UK is in a very unique position where we are the regulator not only for the UK CA mark, but we're also the competent authority for enforcing the MDR and IVDR in Northern Ireland. So MHRA is now a regulator of two halves, which does have its own challenges, like I said. So one of the key difficulties and challenges we see is actually in that approval and review of clinical investigations. Issues include regulatory jurisdiction confidentiality, different timescales, potential for expert panel input, and the need for the future question over coordinated assessments, although of course that is a way off. And I will add here that you'll have seen in the news there's much debate around the Northern Ireland Protocol, certainly went through the House this week. So there may be further impacts. Hopefully it will only improve things for the sector, but again, another watch this space issue whilst they iron that out. However, whilst there are challenges, it's also quite useful in the fact that we get to see applications come through for both GB, so England, Wales and Scotland, and Northern Ireland. So a question that we asked ourselves was, has anything improved with these increased requirements and expectations set out in the MDR for clinical investigations? Has it improved the trial applications? Has it improved data generation? I think it is probably still too early to tell and to come to a conclusion. And obviously MHRA have only seen a handful of studies come through the MDR so far. But what I can say is that in a practical term, the common pitfalls continue to be fairly similar. So some key issues that we don't see as missing approvals, such as ethical approvals or submissions. They've not considered that a requirement. We often see insufficient data around biological safety for a device. Again, insufficient data around sterilization processes. A fundamental one we see still is a lack of basic information around the clinical technical performance, the bench testing of the device. Clinical trials where you're using software as a medical device or AI often get submitted without basic testing data. And finally, rather crucially, we do still continue to see poor study design, limited consideration of the appropriateness of that design, often limitations to the statistical aspects, and also limitations to risk assessments that have been done, or indeed the mitigations of identified risk. And just the final one, which you could argue is probably the most critical, is that we continue to see applications where there is no safety or performance objectives, which is obviously the key requirement for a clinical investigation. So there are solutions, and these are applicable to most regulatory frameworks, but certainly for MDR and the UK CA mark. For industry, first and foremost, the best solution is a sound investigation design and CER plan. If you've got to know what's required for your device and go through those steps appropriately. If you're not sure, then ask the experts, whether it be going to the regulator or a CRO, ask the questions. If making an application to the regulator, for example, a clinical investigation, then please submit all the information. Filling in the gaps is time consuming, not only for manufacturers, but also the regulator. And as Jay said, from a notified body perspective, make it clear, make it easy for them to assess that data. Critically, and I know I've said it a few times now, but take that life cycle approach to your planning. This session has predominantly been in that pre-market setting, but it is so important to think about that entire life cycle and the regulatory requirements throughout. This prevents unavoidable hold-ups to your product's process. And another piece to arm yourself with is real good understanding of the regulatory requirements. Like I've said before, if you don't know them, please seek experts that do. From the regulator's perspective, the solutions are predominantly around reducing burden and duplication, not only on themselves, but the applicants as well. So good guidance and information to applicants is one aspect, but also internally for MHRA, it's consideration of its IT platforms and its processes. MHRA has made some great moves to implementing a less burdensome system. They've currently got pilots on combined assessments with the ethical committees for medical device applications, but also internally piloting a coordinated assessment on combined product applications, starting to look at how in the real world, the CTR and medical device regulations can work alongside each other. And finally, the global picture. And Graham also touched on this as well, is about global harmonisation. Is this area another place that this would be hugely beneficial? I think so. I think true acceptance of global data is really the way forward, but I do think we're a way off yet, and there's a lot to work to do. We've got difficulties in different jurisdictions being on board and not. However, I do think this is an exciting and real solution, and I support Graham's thoughts of the MDSAP and the MDSRP as really important steps forward. So obviously, I no longer work for the regulator, but I do work for a CRO. And again, if you have problems, you want to seek some expert support, please do get in touch. We're here to help, here to support the system, get through these new requirements and navigate the new regulations. Currently, we cover cardiology, dental, vascular and neurovascular, dermatology, wound healing and ophthalmology areas. So please, if you think you'd like some support, we would love to help you. So please do get in touch. Thank you.
Camilla, thank you very much, and again, thanks for stepping in at such short notice to fill Richard's slot on clinical, for which we always have a lot of questions on expectations around clinical data. So, if you don't mind, we will take a couple of clinical questions with you, and then we're going to reassemble the panel with the rest of the time of the questions to go back over some of the questions that came up on UK CE marking. We have unfortunately lost Jay, but Graham has volunteered to step up and join the panel as well. And Camilla, if you wouldn't mind holding on for that bit, if you're able to, then I know your background as well might be useful for some perspective on the UK CE mark as well. So there's a couple of questions I'm just going to combine, if I may, for you, Camilla. It's regarding Article 61 of the MDR, which you had on one of your slides, about clinical investigation. And it sort of starts off, if you could give any insight on what the MHRA view, how you viewed Article 61 of the MDR as it was being developed during the kind of negotiation process. And then if you've got any thoughts on the intent behind particularly the exclusions around well-accepted technologies and devices which had were CE marked against the regulation, against the directives, where there's a little bit of exclusion. Whether you've got any thoughts around that you'd be willing to share with us.
Yeah, of course. I wasn't actually involved in the drafting or development, but I certainly sat through many debates afterwards. Personally, I think Article 61 caused probably more issues than was anticipated. My personal MHRA experience was the rationale behind those exceptions is to not overburden the system. So what you're trying to do is create that balance between moving a system across to stricter requirements, more data requirements, higher standards, but not unnecessarily. So if a manufacturer can demonstrate that their device that's sitting there merrily under the MDD or the AIMDD and the data is good, okay, it's performing well, then it says, if you can demonstrate that, that's fine. Let's move on. You've got the device on the market. It's a modified device, for example. Continue. I believe the idea was reduce unnecessary burden. If it had been very black and white and just said all class 3 and implantables require a clinical investigation, then there would have been even more going through the system. And I think you would have risked potentially manufacturers withdrawing from the EU market, but that's just a speculation.
Okay,
Graham may want to jump in. He's probably got more background on the original premise of Article 61.
Graham, do you want to add anything on that? No.
Sorry, I am here. Sorry, no, I think Camilla's explained it well. I think we're kind of tying ourselves up in knots upon knots upon knots around interpretation and implementation of this. Personally, I'd like to see us kind of draw back and go back to some core principles that the intention was there, which, as Camilla said, was seeking to be pragmatic and not overburden. I think in implementation we've kind of thrown the baby out with the bathwater a little bit. But on the other hand, I recognise the desire to avoid kind of opening loopholes that kind of get bigger and bigger and bigger, and so we're trying to balance that. That doesn't totally answer your question, Eamon, but I recognise why it's causing such consternation and concern, because it is, as Camilla said, it's probably one of the areas that is now the biggest area of discussion.
I think that principle as well of the sort of overcomplicating comes up in a few areas, and the intention originally was always to close the loopholes and make the system safer, for want of a better word. But ultimately, what we've done is create debate and more inconsistencies in some areas rather than solving the problem, probably.
Okay. Slightly different question. So you mentioned about some of the issues. And the questions come in, can you expand more about the ways to make sure there's sufficient biological data, such as sterilisation residues and sterilisation data in the clinical trial application? The question goes on, it seems it isn't clear what's actually required, so people send in too little or too much. It did bring back to me, so way before your time, I was looking at sterilisation for clinical trial or clinical studies in the Medical Devices Agency back 30 years ago, and it was an issue then of not having sufficient data. So be interested in your thoughts, Camilla.
I mean, I'm by no means the expert in this, so I'll caveat my answer with this. But I think leaps and bounds have come on, and particularly in toxicology areas and biological safety. So follow the standards is the first one. I think that's never a bad point to start with. But ultimately, what you're trying to demonstrate, and the amount of data will vary from case to case, from study to study, and device to device. What you are trying to demonstrate is that you know everything about your device that is relevant to it being used in that clinical investigation, so that you know what are those anticipated risks, what might be an unanticipated risk, can you foresee anything that might occur, and that's really down to knowing the materials, for example, knowing the leachables, for example, knowing the impact on body tissues, and providing that data. I would always err on the side of give more than to try and do a summary. Certainly the MHRA is very good. It's got great toxicology and biological experts and sterilisation experts. They know what they're looking for. So I would always err on the side of giving a bit more.
Thank you.
But it is obviously device dependent on what you submit.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll open it up with some UKCA questions as well now. So if Helen, Graham, and Lena want to kind of come on as well. So I'll take a first one, which was a pre-submitted question. So how can manufacturers stay engaged in the UK MDR development process. So any thoughts from anyone want to take that about being involved in the or staying involved and staying informed about the developments, because it's not finished yet.
Far from finished. So no, I mean, I think I'll step in here and then maybe Graham and others want to jump in. I think what's really exciting is that the response is here, and what we've seen is some really good feedback from it. I'll ignore someone's line about it being the road to hell paved with gold, but that's, you know, it has been an absolute labour of great amount of work by the team, and I think what they have published is something that signals that intention from the MHRA to continue to be pragmatic. So I don't think that will change. I think the agency will continue to engage as it always has, and certainly has through this consultation process. We know that they are planning on focus groups, so I think it's important to keep an eye on those when they announce the dates and the topics that they will cover. But I think also really crucially is keep engaging with them through your notified bodies, through your trade associations. Ask them the questions. You know, we know these things take time. We know the response was a bit behind what we had intended, but it's here now. And now what we need to do is go back to that system approach. You need to ask them for the clarification. As Jay said, there are some issues that are a bit unclear in that response, but equally, as someone rightly pointed out, that's not the legal text. So that has to now go through further development before that we know when the implementation obviously will occur. So my great advice was ask the question. If you want to know what's going on, seek the avenue to ask the question. And I would suggest BSI is a really great starting point. The trade associations in the UK have all been very much engaged. So just keep that conversation going.
Thanks, Camilla. Helen, anything to add from that? I know that keeping an eye on this is part of your role.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, echoing what Camilla said there, the consultation response does actually allude to the fact that they will be reaching out for additional information. So, you know, that's a very clear statement within the text that they know they need that open dialogue, particularly on some specific aspects of the text. They did previously talk about setting up the working group session forums, and I believe the plans are to restart those. But as Camilla said, the industry organisations, our trade associations, is absolutely the place where we can get our voice heard. You know, Steve's coming on to present in a short while on the IVD space. You know, working through ABHI and the IVD team is one of those key places where I know I'm able to get a voice heard outside of the power of a big organisation that I'm very fortunate to work in. So yeah, absolutely, there are many paths for us to continue to be engaged. ABHI is very proliferation is maybe not the right word, but you know that they post information on LinkedIn. You know, use their pages to see what's going out there. They put a statement out just after Sunday's announcement. So yeah, there's various fonts of knowledge and sources of information. So definitely possible to shape that future. Thanks,
Helen. Graham, I'm gonna, now you volunteered, I'm gonna pass this one on to you to join it. So, I'm going to rephrase it a little bit, but how can BSI help the customers make the transfer to the UKCA, the MDR, and the IVDR, given all of the competing deadlines and the pressures on the system that come from it? So you must have some thoughts about how you can help the customers get through all of these multiple transitions and what you need the customer to do. Yeah, of course. Well, obviously we're in a situation where existing clients of BSI, we're in dialogue with those manufacturers, and you know the message is consistently have a conversation with us, and we will work with you and make sure that if you get your documentation in a good state in good time, we'll give ourselves the time and space to do everything we need to fingers crossed, assuming everything's in shape, get people through before the MDR deadline. Looking at the kind of UK government response, I would say that the MDR is rightly the focus, and almost kind of if you're worried, then UKCA can be something of a backup. What Jay described, how BSI are approaching our
our UKCA certification, and where manufacturers have got existing certificates with BSI, it's a pretty straightforward process. We can do it in 2 or 3 months, and it's simply working out the delta between the European requirements and the UK requirements, and that will stand you in good stead going forward should you choose to go down that path. For manufacturers that don't have a UK approved body, that's obviously a bit more challenging, and those aren't with BSI. What I would say is come and have a conversation with us. But in certain areas, and I described certain areas where there are challenges during my presentation, orthopedics, for example, we just have very, very limited capacity, and we'll have to be realistic with people about the work that we can take on and the timescales that we'll be able to work to, because we're looking ahead 2-3 years and making sure that we can be transparent with people. We know now, we've got a fair idea how long reviews are taking, and so we're planning our work accordingly, and we're being very realistic about what we can take on, because we're not spreading ourselves thinly and we're not cutting corners, because the new legislation absolutely goes the other way from that and places very high expectations on us.
Thanks, Graham. And Jay had sent in an answer just before he had to drop off, saying the timeline for the UK CE mark, because that was a couple of questions. For a UK CE mark with a device that's CE mark depends on a few factors: the number of devices, the need for consultations, whether the CE mark is with BSI or with someone else. But said the same as you, typically 2 to 3 months, assuming that BSI is the notified body as well as the approved body. So I'm glad that you're aligned on the answer on that. That's good. That's good to see. A couple of other questions which came up a couple of times. A number of people asked whether their technical documentation for the UK CE mark needed to have a separate ER checklist as well as a GSPR checklist, given that the UK regulations are still aligned with the old directives. Jay's answer is up to the manufacturer whether they maintain a separate checklist or incorporate the ERs into the GSPR checklist. But the key thing is that there's traceability as to how each of the essential requirements has been addressed, and that the way that you do it, there's some flexibility, but that's that. The other question I asked him first, that was just to confirm whether class 1 devices, whether they need a UK approved body, and Jay's answer was class 1 devices, non-sterile and non-measuring, do not need approved body involvement. I can see Graham and Camilla both agreeing with Jay's answer on the videos there as well. So Lena, I've got a question on standards that I was going to put in your direction. The question's along the lines of, there are annexes to standards which are normative and informative, or descriptive is the word that's used in the question. Can a non-conformance be raised against such an annex?
Annexes can have requirements in them. It's a lot more. It depends on how it's being applied to your device. For example, if you're using it as a requirement, you need to be able to accurately show the evidence to that. But if it's an informative annex, it's really there to provide additional information to something else that was already elsewhere in the standard. So you need to comply with what that original requirement was, keeping in mind that this is additional information to help support and provide backup and support to the requirement.
Yeah. So I mean, I think I agree with Adelina. I think the key thing is whether if it's a normative annex, it's a requirement. If it's an informative annex, it's not a requirement, but it may be giving you information to support what's in the requirements, and will be relevant to look at from that perspective. Another general question that maybe Camilla or Graham would point at you first: is there a database such as UDAMED for the UK, or an intention or possibility of there being such a database?
Well, the bare bones exist. So for a while now, manufacturers have had to register with the MHRA prior to placing products onto the UK market, and that was staged in after Brexit, and so that's now a basic requirement. What the consultation response says is that there will be an expansion of this, and it will include certificate uploads and effectively be kind of look and feel a little bit like UDEMED. For obvious reasons, you know, the principles of UDEMED are extremely sound, but for the time being, I think registration will remain the core requirement, albeit again there's a degree of flexibility that's been applied there. So yes, in time, but you don't have to start worrying about that just yet.
Okay, great, thank you. Camilla, I'm just going to take the last question before we close this session and go on to the next one. Just jumping back to clinical, because I thought it was a good question. Again, it came in advance. What are your thoughts on data quality expectations for real world data derived from observational studies? So any thoughts on that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of real world data. I think it's got huge potential in this sector, and I think it's greatly underused at the moment, and is certainly finding its feet, but it's taking its time. And we saw this week the release of NICE's real world data strategy as well. So I think it is the future, if that doesn't sound too cheesy, and I think it's got huge merit. I think observational studies are fine as well. I think you just need to plan it, make sure you've got the appropriate design, statistical analysis and process for collecting your data, obviously being mindful of your GDPR requirements as well. And I think it's perfectly valuable and perfectly good data to use.
Okay, well that's
short and succinct enough on real world data.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. Thanks very much. Graham, you look like you were about to.
Yeah.
No. Okay,
You're about to go, Camilla, you're just wrong. No.
Okay, well that's keeping us on our program to time. So I'll say, Camilla, thank you again, particularly for stepping in and such short notice. That's greatly appreciated. Lena, Graham, Helen, thank you very much for taking the UK CMR. There were a number of questions about timelines and things like that, which I think are still up in the air with the consultation. So rather than trying to address all of those now, I think we'll probably take those offline. But thank you very much for those sessions. And with that, we'll finish the Q&A and move on to our next next session in the program, which is the EU IVDR update. So again, for this, we've got two speakers, and again, I'll try and go through the two presentations and then take questions together. So I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, Judith Prevost from BSI in the Netherlands, based in the Netherlands. Sorry, I'm just trying to go through too many pieces of paper in front of me to get that. Where Judith is the regulatory lead for BSI, the Netherlands notified body, and prior to BSI had over 13 years experience in IVDs and pharmaceuticals in both scientific and quality assurance roles. So Judith, I'm going to hand this over to you. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. So let me see if I have control. Yeah, that's working. So hello everyone, and thank you for joining this webinar. The next approximately 25 minutes, I will try to provide to you an update on the implementation of the MDR and the challenges that notified bodies are facing. So my presentation, I will be looking at this from a notified bodies perspective. We will have a look at the challenges and the achievements that have been made so far. So what went well and the areas that have been identified as such where improvement can still be made. I will also talk about the Class D devices with the situation in which the European reference labs are not yet available. What is the approach the notified bodies are taking, and more specific, what is BSI doing in the interim period until these reference labs are available? companion diagnostics, what is the consultation pathway at EMA, and what is the status of these consultations. That's all new under IVDR. And last, I will guide you through some of the other guidance documents and common specifications that have been issued over the last few weeks. So where are we currently in this transition period? We've had some challenges, but also quite a lot of achievements. As about 80% of the IVD devices are self-certified under the IVD directive, this means that many manufacturers are now for the first time making applications to the notified bodies for IVDR applications. So this results in applications of all kinds of quality. Some are good, some are not so good, and might be ending up in a refusal. BSI has prepared a best practice guidance, and that guidance to support manufacturers when submitting their applications. We also do a completeness check before the actual technical file review starts, just to prevent that we lose time during the first round of questions on finding the correct documentations or the link to which document is applicable. There are only 3 rounds of questions under the IVDR during these technical file reviews. So the last thing we want is to use the first round of questions on documentation requests or questions on where to find a specific item. With the increase of IVDs that require notified body involvement, this also means that notified bodies are having to significantly expand in their staff capacity. And even though the BSI IVD team has grown quite a lot already in the last few years, there is still an expected increase of 20 to 25% for just 2022. Taking into account that new staff needs to be trained, which takes about 18 months to get qualified, this also takes an extra burden on the already qualified staff who need to mentor the new starters. This increase in staff is an investment, but with the increase in volume of certified IVD devices on the market, this really means that notified bodies need to make a significant financial investment. And next is regarding the competence. A whole new list of competence codes became effective for the IVDR. Many of these competence codes do not have a link or an overlap to codes under the IVD directive. So how do you qualify staff when qualification is done based on education, previous work experience, training, and then the challenging part, technical reviews completed specific for the device code. So for codes that are completely new under the regulations, we had to come up with a new process how to do qualifications, as guidance was lacking at that time. On the right-hand side of this slide, you can see the progress on the notified body designations. Currently, 7 notified bodies have been designated for IVDR, and you can check that on the NANDO website. And at the latest WEBS meeting in Amsterdam, which was in May, it was shared that that it's the expectation that there will be no other notified bodies designated for IVDR in 2022. Some other challenges we have to deal with are the fact that MDR is often prioritized over IVDR, while designation of others should have the highest priority. Secondly, with the transition provision update under Article 110 number 7 being released, this resulted also in more work at the notified body. The latest update included that IVDD certificates for the Class D devices may have an expiry date now up to 26th of May 2025, and which was previously 2024, so has been extended with 1 year. And with that change, we offered manufacturers that have IVD certificates for Class D devices that were issued already with a shortened expiry date to issue a new certificate going to the natural expiry date, or in case that expiry date went beyond the May 2024 date, then to go to the 26th of May 2025. Another option manufacturers had been offered was to go for an early renewal. So offering this service that meant additional work for the already very busy IVD team. What this change also resulted into was that we need for a longer period staff to be qualified to perform work under the IVD directive. New starters that started, let's say, in the last year or so, have been solely trained to IVDR, so training in on the regulations and all the applicable procedures. Now with having to deal with more IVD certificates and all the reviews, then we had to go back, and now we also train more staff properly for the directive, and also get them qualified to do these IVD reviews. All that on top of already the IVDR work that has to be completed. So a bit more work to ensure that we maintain full code coverage for both IVD and IVDR with sufficient qualified staff to do also the IVD work. Moving on to the Class D devices and how to be able to place those devices onto the market while we still are lacking the reference labs. Bit of delay in the slide. Yep. So I note there is a difference in the conformity assessment process for Class D devices for which there is a common specification compared to those where there is not a common specification issued. Let's first have a look at the situation where a common specification has been issued for the Class D devices. The first batch of common specifications were expected to be issued in Q2 of 2022. We are almost into July, so the end of the week, so they are a bit late. Article 48 of the IVDR points out that a conformity assessment is required, supplemented with a technical documentation review of each and every device. Then the reference labs complete the verification testing, at which the device is tested then against the specifications. Then after the device is CE certified and placed on the market, the reference lab still is involved, and that is for batch testing of each produced batch. But also in case there are changes to be made to the device, the reference lab is also involved. So these changes will go to, again, the verification testing before the change is approved by the notified body, and it's only then that the change can be implemented by the manufacturer. And so far, that sounds all similar to the process for the Annex 2 devices under the IVD directive. But with the absence of the reference lab, this appears to be less scrutiny compared to the directive. But notified bodies, however, still have options. Please note that the performance evaluation report is more extensive, so that's not less. And the notified body has also other options. They can, for instance, request witness testing or an unannounced audit. So there are methods. Now comparing that to the situation where there is not a common specification available for the Class D devices. Same process applies, but there is one additional aspect. If the device is considered to be first of type, then the expert panel needs to be consulted for a scientific view. This is per guidance MDCG 2021-6. A notified body submits the performance evaluation report to the expert panel, and then the expert panel has 60 days to complete their scientific view. I'm again facing some delay. Sorry. Next slide, please, then. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, okay. So comparing the two conformity assessment routes for Class D devices, so with and without common specifications, that those show that for those without the common specification, those have to have the additional PECP, so performance evaluation and consultation procedure. And in the absence of the European reference labs, the verification testing and the batch release is not available. Still, the Commission encourages notified bodies to proceed with the certification of Class D devices. This is per MDCG 2021-4. Please note there is a typo on the left-hand side on the slide, so it's 2021, not 2020. BSI has begun with accepting application for Class D devices, but we have not yet certified any of these devices. Next slide, please. The Commission has published an implementing act on the fees and criteria and the task of the reference labs. And this week we've got an update from our Dutch competent authority stating that it is the expectation that reference labs will be available as of the summer of 2023. So still 1 year to go. They could not indicate how many reference labs will be available, but in the WEBS event last month, there was someone from the Paul Ehrlich Institute, and he mentioned that at least 2 reference labs will go for designation. They also were not clear on how many labs will go for designation. And there are 8 designated categories. This means that a reference lab can choose to be designated for all of these 8 groups or choose to leave some groups out. So even if there are reference lab designated, it could potentially be that for some, for a certain group of Class D devices, there is not yet a reference lab available. So if they are not going for full scope, then the notified body needs to continue as they do now for that specific group of Class D devices. Next slide, please. And BSI created together with Team MB a position paper as a response to MDCG 2021-4. There's again a typo, so it's 2021, not 2020. In this paper, it is, for example, clarified that that notified bodies can accept applications for Class D devices that have common specifications. That was once the expert panel was in place. The paper also clarifies that in the absence of the reference lab, that there are other options for batch release, but these will need to revert back to wet testing as soon as the reference lab is up and running. And there is more supporting guidance like MDCG 2022-3, the one on verification of manufacturing batches. And the notified bodies are working as a notified body group to get alignment amongst the notified bodies. We are all facing the same challenges, and we all would benefit from working together on solutions that would fit all the notified bodies. Next slide, please. Yep, moving on to the companion diagnostics. Next slide, please. A brief update on the companion diagnostics. For a companion diagnostic, it is a requirement to have a consultation either at the EMR or a country competent authority, like for example the CBG in the Netherlands, and they will provide a scientific opinion on the suitability of the companion diagnostic in relationship to the medicinal product that is used. The aspects of the suitability related to the use of the device with the medicinal product, the performance and use that are claimed by the manufacturers, those are evaluated. And at this moment, nothing is stopping notified bodies to progress with companion diagnostics. The files we have received at BSI so far are not yet ready to go for the consultation, but it appears that it takes 2 to 3 months for a consultation to be completed. That is what we learned so far. We are working as a notified body group together with AMR to come to a process for a companion diagnostic consultation. Fees have been published and will be on top of the conformity assessment fees of the notified body, so that's additional. A draft procedural guidance document is available for the process whereby notified bodies seek a scientific opinion from the EMR together also with a Q&A document. And the link to that is available on this slide. This guidance should also help notified bodies and manufacturers to understand the procedural aspect of the consultation process. Next slide, please. Yep. Agencies would like to be notified upfront of the intentions to submit an application for an initial consultation on the companion diagnostics. And that is done via a letter of intent. And that letter is sent in advance of the expected date of submission. And the notified body group is working on a template, but that template is not yet available. Some companion diagnostics IVDR reviews are on its way, and there are 2 different companion diagnostics to be considered. The first one is a device that is co-developed together with the medicinal product, together in parallel. And the second one is a follow-on device. Let me explain that. When a medicinal product was authorized to use with the companion diagnostics, a follow-on Kodiak is a device that seeks the same therapeutic indication in its intended use as the original companion diagnostics, but the follow-on companion diagnostic targets the same biomarker, but the development is not in parallel with the clinical development of the medicinal product because the medicinal product is already available. And it is also not necessarily based on the same technology as the original companion diagnostic. One note is that the safety and the effectiveness of a follow-on Kodiak should be highly comparable to the original companion diagnostics. We as notified body, we only submit the SSP, so the summary of safety and performance, and the instruction for use to the EMR. Technical documentation is assessed by the notified body, and we are still learning. So we will use the lessons learned from the first Kodiak companion diagnostic reviews, and we will improve the process from the lessons that we learned from that. Next slide, please. And then we have some guidances. In the last few weeks, many MDCG documents were issued. Next slide, please. 2022 has started good so far. The MDCG group was able to complete several guidance documents that have been issued in the last few weeks and months. So we have on the left-hand side MDCG 2022-2 clinical evidence, which is an extensive document on the general principles of clinical evidence. It's also a guidance on the continuous process of performance evaluation and some more guidance on PMS. Performance evaluation is updated throughout the lifetime of the device, which makes post-market and PMPF so important. And then there is MDCG 2022/3, guidance on verification of Class D devices. This is the guidance for both manufacturers and notified bodies. And then I have a few slides on the other ones. So next slide, please. So the guidance on significant change, that is MDCG 2022-6. This is a guidance for significant changes under Article 110. This guidance is a bit more easier to understand, but still quite comparable to the MDR guidance. So since the date of application, 26th of May 2022, for IVD devices that are placed on the market under the IVD directive, changes are allowed unless it is considered to be a significant change. But what is considered to be a significant change? And for that purpose, this guidance was released. Next slide, please. And the setup of this guidance is quite similar compared to the one on for MDR, as just mentioned. It also uses several flow charts, which will help guide you through in order to make the decision whether or not the change is considered to be significant or not. It uses different annexes. So Annex A is for the to look at the change of the intended purpose of the device, and then Annex B to E will focus on the design changes. And note that not by default all design changes are considered to be significant, a significant change. There are some exemptions. For example, any field safety corrective action that is not treated as a significant change as such, or any spelling corrections or updates to the labeling are also not considered to be significant changes. Next slide, please. Then MDCG 2022-8, another important guidance, the one on legacy devices. And this guidance has two types of devices within scope. The first one are the legacy devices. And those are devices that have been placed on the market under an IVD directive certificate after the date of application. And the other ones are the so-called old devices. Those are devices that have been placed on the market before the date of application. And this guidance describes the need to set up a post-market surveillance system based on a PMS plan. And as part of that PMS system, the post-market performance follow-up, so the PMPF requirements should apply. And as part of the PMPF, the manufacturer needs to proactively collect and evaluate performance and scientific data. Then moving on to the next slide, please. Then we also have the MDCG 2022-9 for SSCP. So this one is required SSP for Class C and for Class D devices. The MDCG document is assessed by the notified body, and then the SSP document is assessed by the notified body, and then it is made publicly available via UDEMET to the public. And this MDCG guidance will provide you with a template of which sections need to be included within the SSP. And note that the SSP will not replace the instruction for use. Next slide, please. And then last slides is an overview of documents that are to be expected. So we are awaiting the common specification. It is expected that the criteria of the common technical specification will go into the common specification. And it's also expected that the common specification will contain a section on VOMP, as it is in the common technical specifications, more clarification on the appropriate surveillance requirements, in-house developed assays, that's all expected, and the revision to the classification guidance MDCG 2020-16. We've had a few classification disputes, which were all related to the external QC controls. More clarification on classification disputes will be in the next revision on of this guidance on classification. And with this, sorry, I would like to hand over to Steve, and after his session, I believe we have some time for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith. So we'll go straight on with the manufacturer's perspective and welcome Steve Lee, the Director of Diagnostic Regulation at the UK Trade Association, the ABHI. Steve's got over 30 years experience with IVDs, with formerly the MHRA Senior Regulatory Policy Manager on IVDs and the former chair of the European Commission's IVD Working Group. Steve, I'll pass over to you.
Thanks, Eamon. Can I just first of all check that you can hear me okay?
Yep, you're coming through fine, Steve. Thanks.
Perfect. Brilliant. And Dimple, I think you're going to operate the slides for me. So next slide, please. Next slide. Fantastic. So just a really quick one. Eamon, thank you for that introduction, and thank you to BSI for asking me to come and talk here. Just one slide to say who are ABHI, the Association of British Health Tech Industries. We cover the whole range of medical devices, IVDs, and digital health products for manufacturers and industries operating in the UK. And we think that we estimate that we cover around 80% or more of sales into the NHS. That's all I'm going to say in terms of sales of ABHI. So next slide, please. So I'm just going to cover some of the basic concepts around IVDR. I think most of you probably know this, but just really quickly cover what is different between IVDD and IVDR and why it's a significant change from us. And I'm going to look at what, I've selected a few things where I think they're solutions so far. They are imperfect solutions. They've still got a long way to go, but they are solutions which are coming in place. And then I've called these. I've selected a few solutions yet to come. I'm so glad that Judith has gone into Class D and CDX and EURLs in more detail, because I felt that was probably a little bit too much for me to go into in this talk. So I think between the two of us, we've covered that whole range. So next slide, please, Temple. Okay, so yeah, very, very similar to the medical devices. We had 43 pages of directive, and we've moved on to 159 pages of regulation. All of those issues around implementation of MDR that you're seeing, we're seeing also for IVDs to some extent. But the things down that right-hand column, which are significantly different, in my view, the definition of an IVD hasn't changed that much, but it's really, really clear now that software is included. There are a few more differences, but it's worthwhile having a look at. But that definition is really, really clear that there is such a thing as IVD software, and it wasn't in the definition before, and people sometimes thought that maybe it didn't exist, but it definitely does now. Intended purpose for medical devices, I think the MDR says, write down the intended purpose. For IVDs, there are 8 very clear specific elements that are to be considered in the intended use or intended purpose of an IVD. So what is the thing that you're measuring? What is the clinical condition you're looking at? What is the function and purpose of the IVD? Whether it's quantitative, semi-quantitative, whether it's automated, non-automated. Who is the target population? Who is the target user? And if you're a companion diagnostic, whether you're a companion diagnostic or not. So that's quite a detailed review of intended purpose. Much higher expectations around clinical evidence. We call it performance evaluation report, performance evaluation plan, and the structure there. Some of those structures are very similar, but of course some of those structures are very new to IVD manufacturers, particularly those who weren't in Annex 2 or self-tests, and those clinical evidence requirements are much greater, I think, than the expectations around clinical evidence under the IVD directive. The big one, of course, is classification. Yes, there were 4, I guess, categories under the directives, and there are 4 classes under the regulations, but that's where the similarity ends. It's now a rules-based system, which puts around 80 to 90% of IBDs in the top 3 classification, top 3 classes, which require notified body scrutiny, and it's only some of those bottom, lowest classification, the Class A non-sterile, where there would be no notified body involvement. And those conformity assessment routes follow on from that classification quite clearly. I think the post-market activities, they're not so different. Some of the post-market requirements are new for IVDs, as they are for medical devices, and some of the detail around that is slightly different. But it's some of those differences are worthwhile watching out for. So, for example, I'm at a conference today where I've heard a lot about external quality assurance schemes and how much EQA schemes can feed into that post-market activity, and it's a really important point to make. Next slide, please. Okay, so something which I think I've put down as a solution, just to show how much work the MDCG has put in. I think the Commission comes in for a lot of flack. I think it should also be called out for when they've done something which is really useful. If you look at the MedDev documents, there are roughly, depending on how you count them, 36 MedDev documents. Under the MDCG, we're looking at roughly 108 documents now, with 33 to come. That is a massive undertaking. That's a huge amount of work. Yes, the documents are not perfect. Yes, there are still more to come, and yes, they came very late in the day. All those kind of are very valid criticisms, but they're here, and they're documents that we can at least start to work with. So, personally, I think it's something which is an imperfect success, but yes, a success. Next slide, please. I'm trying to rattle through this just to make sure we've got time for questions. I'm not sure whether the manual on borderline classification is going to be come through in the MDCG. I think it was a really useful document, particularly for medical devices. You can see there the number of judgments that came through under the different categories. Obviously, for IVDs, there weren't very many judgments, but I'm pretty sure there would be under the IVDR. I think that document was good because it provided those case studies and really helped understand some of those judgments. Without that transparency of the borderlines and classification manual, then I think it's going to be quite difficult for us in IVD world to understand, to get those case studies and understand some of those judgments. So it's something to watch out for. But I put that alongside MDCG documents, and maybe it's a document which I would like to think is coming through, but I feel it might not be. Next slide, please. Okay, expert panels. Judith mentioned these. There are 10 expert panels for medical devices and 1 for IVDs. The IVD panel has produced the performance evaluation consultation procedure has produced 15 views from September to November last year. There are 10 medical device expert panels, and they produced 3 opinions from April to December this year. So from an IVD perspective, there are definitely some ways in which that process could work better. Definitely some ways in which the communication between notified bodies and the panels could work better. But 15 views is really helpful, and they are actually a resource. They're a learning resource. I used them in a talk the other day around scientific validity to explain what is required for scientific validity, and there are some really good views and some really good areas where people could improve. So I would definitely recommend having a look at those. If you're an IVD manufacturer or involved in IVD regulation, having a slightly more detailed look at those panel views. On the MD side, you don't have so many to look at just yet, but I'm sure they will be on their way. Next slide, please. Okay, so Judith mentioned these are common specifications. I'm still putting them in the success, definitely a qualified success, because we have them planned for the first quarter of 22. And if you could click through to the build. Yeah, so we are told by MDCG they are now in their final stages of adoption. So yeah, if they look like the drafts and if they come through as in any real anytime soon, then yeah, we can call them a qualified success. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I was really looking for the BSI infographic. I couldn't find it. I would have loved to have used that. But the point here is that the transition times for IVDR, which came in very late in the day, but they came in, are a real help, I think, particularly to kind of address the notified body capacity that Judith has so eloquently discussed. And I think this really gives some breathing space for some areas. Again, a qualified success, because we need to think about, well, how are these legacy and old devices regulated? Because the regulations change. It's no longer the same as it was under the directives. What about innovation? And what about significant changes? But we're starting to see some MDCG documents, as Judith said, to cover these. So it is qualified, but it's becoming less qualified. I do think that innovation framework, that framework for innovation that is needed, is still a little bit lacking, and we really could see a little bit more to address that. But maybe that's something which will come. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the solutions yet to come. I won't labour this one. You can see exactly what's going on here. Somebody said that 7 is a lucky number. It's a good number for getting together in a group. It's not the good number for how many notified bodies you need to manage IVDR. That the transition times will help, but for all the reasons Judith has said, we need to see more notified bodies and more advice and support for notified bodies in the designation process. So I'm just going to quickly move on and say next slide, please. Again, this is about notified bodies, and I think there's a lot of flack coming towards notified bodies for saying that they are implementing guidance and standards as soon as the guidance documents are published, and even if the manufacturer doesn't claim to be in compliance. Well, this is what notified bodies are required to do. It says here in 4.5.1 last indent, notified bodies shall, where relevant, take into consideration, and all of those documents are there, even if the manufacturer does not claim to be in compliance. I think I challenged Erica Conway on this afternoon, and she gave me a really sensible answer. I think what would be really good is that definition of that, where relevant, take into consideration. If there could be a more consistent view of that across notified bodies, and really it would be great if the MDCG could provide that consistent, to get that consistent interpretation. I think that would help industry a lot. And next and penultimate slide, I think. This is my own personal slide, my personal flow chart that I put together a few years ago around the process for getting a performance study through from actually first application right through to getting the study report published. I don't see anything on that really just now on that process. Of course, the current process for performance evaluations is there under the directives, but I don't see that. And I think this could be a big change. I think it could be quite a long learning curve for IVD manufacturers, more so than it is for medical device manufacturers, where you've already got a process for clinical investigation authorizations. There is no process for IVD performance study authorizations. And I'm going to stop there. I think there is one more slide, Temple. If you can click through to the next slide. That's taken a while. Basically, I'm not going to talk through this. This is just suggesting that the IVD directive could be around, or could have been around for around 34 years, from 1993 right through to the end of the IVDR transition in 2027. And the IVDR could be enforced again equally for 35 years. What's our next process for IVD and medical device regulation? Those timescales seem way out for me. Way out for me. That right-hand column is going to be my age when those different transition points. So let's have a think about that at some point in the future. But I do think we need to be already now starting to think about where the future of regulation goes. And I think that's my last slide.
Steve, thanks very much for that industry view. I think we do have time for a couple of questions. We've got a couple, so if you're okay, I'm going to start off with the first one. So the first one is in regard to performance evaluations, and it's in particular what is the recommended good clinical practice standard for IVDR? Can ISO or EN ISO 14155 be considered for IVDRs, or is there something else that people should be looking at?
So yeah, there is a great standard which wasn't harmonised to IVD directive. 13612 was the harmonised standard for the IVD directive. It's probably not worth looking at that one now. But ISO 20916 on clinical performance studies for IVDs is a really thorough document that is a really good sister document to 14155. So medical devices 1455, IVDs 20916.
Thanks, Steve. Judith, anything to add to that?
No, happy with his answer. No.
Okay, that's good. And you both mentioned the changes in the IVD classification rules. So what do you think are the pros and cons of the new rules, and what's their impact in terms of cost and timelines, particularly on smaller manufacturers? Judith, do you want to go first? Oh, sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to.
Judith?
Yeah, but I think the challenging is that most of the devices that have never been required to have a notified body. So manufacturers are facing the first time having to interact with a notified body. So they are learning, and then they have a lot of questions on the classifications. We have discussions on that. There might be like for instance, a classification dispute pending, which also delays their with a couple of months, like 2 or 3 months. That is what our experience is so far. Then the cost of the QMS audits, the technical files, it's for small manufacturers, medium size, it's quite challenging, I must say. And then on top of that, if it is a code EX, then there come additional fees, which are also quite high. That is what we know so far. So yes, quite challenging, especially for the small manufacturers and the medium-sized manufacturers so far.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
I agree with that. I would add on the fact that the borderlines issues, the manufacturers being able to figure out whether they're a B or a C, they're going to be huge. There are going to be a lot of borderline issues, and I'm not sure the process is in place to help people figure out what they're classifying. The guidance is good, but I think there needs to be more support. Okay.
But in principle, though, that having a rules-based system rather than a list-based system is a step forward, particularly when I think if you'd agree with your developments and innovations in IVDs, that the new things coming out that weren't in any of the lists was clearly a problem with the directive.
Yeah,
look at COVID.
Just look at yeah, indeed, look at COVID, which is now a self-certified assays, and under the regulations would classify as a Class D device, which is a huge change.
Huge change, yeah. Well, Judith, Steve, thank you so much for doing that presentation. We've got through the questions that we'd had, so I'll say thank you very much, and we'll move on to our next topic. So thank you again for those presentations on the IVD regulation.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And so we'll move on to our final slot for today, which is an update on from AAMI, AAMI. And for that, I'm pleased to welcome Pamela Aurora, the President and CEO of AAMI, who also serves as AAMI's principal spokesperson and responsible for maintaining regular contact with member organizations, regulators, industry, the media, and the public. And that includes the relations with the US FDA and the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare and Medicaid Services. Prior to joining, and Pamela started as CEO of AAMI only a few months ago, she was the Chief Information Officer at the Children's Health Medical System in Dallas, one of the largest pediatric non-profit health systems in the US. And Pamela's joined by Amanda Benedict, the VP of Standards for AAMI, Amanda took on this role in 2020, having been with AAMI for a bit over 5 years at that point. And she has oversight of the strategic and operational functions of AAMI's standards program and portfolio. She also managed the national and international program for AAMI's sterilisation standards portfolio. So with that, Pamela, I'd like to hand over to you if you're going to kick off, please. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me okay, Eamon?
Coming through perfectly. Thank you, Pamela.
Excellent. Thank you, Eamon. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for being with us today. I am Pamela Aurora, AAMI's new president and CEO. We are excited to be a co-host of this virtual International Standards and Regulation Conference and appreciate BSI and the opportunity to engage with the global community around enhancing patient safety. Through the alignment and advancement of medical device standards and regulations globally, we will help shape a brighter future for patients together. As Eamon shared at the launch today, AAMI is a nonprofit standards development organization founded in 1967, the brainchild of a pioneering group of medical device manufacturers, inventors, and physicians who foresaw a golden age for medical devices. Today, with over 10,000 members, AAMI, in cooperation with our international partners like BSI, is a primary source of consensus standards for the medical device industry. The goal of our international efforts, like our partnership with BSI, is to promote better patient outcomes by advancing the safety, effectiveness, and availability of medical devices and technology. This is a goal shared by BSI and no doubt by most of today's audience. As AAMI's new president and CEO, I want to ensure that we are addressing tomorrow's challenges today by convening stakeholders from across the international healthcare community and producing the standards, education, and best practices needed to achieve that. I am hopeful that new partners in the work are here with us today. Much of my career was spent in technology, in IT, most recently as the CIO of Children's Health in Dallas, Texas, as Eamon mentioned. My experiences in implementing virtual forward models of integrated healthcare delivery, as well as addressing the challenges posed by ever-expanding cybersecurity risks. I was chosen to lead AAMI in part because of my passion for collectively working towards global harmonization approaches for securing medical devices and the patient data against a new age of threats. Join forces with BSI's global harmonization aim mentioned by Graham earlier today. High on my list of priorities for AAMI are opportunities and risks associated with artificial intelligence and independent systems that healthcare providers rely on more and more each day. These are priorities that have been mentioned by a number of today's speakers. Earlier this month, I attended the Kilmer Conference on Medical Device Sterility Assurance and Microbiological Safety. Our sterilization program is broad and diverse, and we are always seeking new global partnerships in this sector. AAMI is committed to supporting the high-level, high-impact of Kilmer, and we look forward to a strong partnership around the conference that will continue to advance the field of healthcare product sterilization. AAMI will also expand its role in convening summits addressing other critical topics in global health technology, gathering the right voices at the table with a shared vision to pursue those better patient outcomes. Before I turn it over to my colleague Amanda Benedict, I'd like to conclude by inviting all of you who are able to join us this October in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. for the next AAMI BSI FDA 2022 International Medical Device Standards and Regulation Conference, being held the 18th and 19th of October. For the first time since 2019, the Global Medical Device Standards Committee will come together in person for a dynamic and practical review of recent changes to the medical device regulatory landscape and lessons learned from the pandemic. We are so excited to host this conference and hope you'll consider joining us in October. I'll give it over to Amanda. Amanda, there we are.
Okay, thank you, Pamela. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us through almost the end of the first day of the BSI-AAMI International Standards and Regulations Conference. I'm Amanda Benedict, AAMI's Vice President, Standards, and I'm thrilled to have the opportunity of a few minutes on the agenda to share with you some important updates on relevant AAMI and AAMI-supported standards and related activity that should be on your radar. Now, Pamela helped set the stage by speaking broadly to AAMI's mission and our partnership with BSI and similar organizations, and I want to expand on that with a brief bit of context around AAMI's role in supporting global standards development specifically. So AAMI has long had a cherished role as a neutral convener within the diverse healthcare technology community, bringing together healthcare technology professionals from around the world who share one important mission, which is the development, management, and use of safe and effective health technology. And in particular, we convene groups to solve problems through standards development. Standards to support the safe and effective use of health technology is absolutely crucial to the medical device industry, as you all know. Now, AAMI has a mature standards development program, and it is integral to our organization's mission. We're accredited by the American National Standards Institute, or ANSI, to write American National Standards in accordance with the ANSI essential requirements for due process, which include consensus and balance and openness. And in addition, under ANSI's auspices, we also administer U.S. Technical Advisory Groups, or U.S. tags, to the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO, and the International Electrotechnical Commission, or IEC, technical committees. The U.S. tags are responsible for U.S. participation in the international committees and for developing the U.S. votes on technical documents and other matters that are under development internationally. And AAMI also administers the secretariat to about a dozen technical committees and subcommittees under ISO and IEC. And we do all of this by convening a global community of health technology standards professionals. So today, the entire AAMI standards program encompasses more than 230 technical committees and working groups around the globe with thousands of volunteers who develop and maintain device standards and technical documents on a wide range of crucial devices and topics. And we're very pleased to have BSI's strong participation in AAMI standards development activities and in the ISO and IEC committees that we administer, which adds to the global perspective and in particular provides the voice of UK stakeholders in standards development for a number of medical device and health technology committees. So in my remarks today, I want to focus on sharing information about standardization and related activity in areas that are most relevant to all of you. Beginning with updates on a few priority areas of AAMI standards program. So AAMI is continuing to support the deployment of safe and effective artificial intelligence technologies in the medical device sector. And it was just a couple of months ago that we published AAMI CR 34971 2022, which is guidance on the application of ISO 14971 to artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now, this is a consensus report that's a companion to ISO 14971 and addresses identifying, evaluating, and managing risk for healthcare technology that incorporates artificial intelligence or machine learning. So this consensus report was drafted by a group within the AAMI and BSI artificial intelligence committees. It was reviewed by risk analysis experts and ultimately was approved by the AAMI committee. This consensus report is now being evolved into an AAMI technical report and British standard through joint work of the AAMI and BSI AI committees. And we hope to complete this next iteration of the guidance this year, and the ultimate goal is to move the work internationally and propose the document as a foundation for new guidance to be developed under ISO, perhaps as an amendment to 24971. So we want to thank BSI for their partnership with AAMI on this ongoing work. Within the cybersecurity area, we have quite a lot of published and under development standards and technical reports, both through the AAMI committees and ISO and IEC. In particular, I want to highlight work that is still under development and where there's opportunity for involvement, your involvement. So AAMI's Device Security Working Group has two published technical information reports, TIR 57, which is Principles for Medical Device Security, Risk Management, and TIR 97, which is Principles for Medical Device Security, Post-Market Risk Management for Device Manufacturers. And they are currently finalizing the consensus body's work on a first edition new standard, SW96, medical devices application of security risk management to medical devices. There is an approved work item in ISO. It's TS23543, Guidance for Developing Cybersecurity Requirements in Anesthetic and Respiratory Equipment Standards, which is a new technical specification under development in ISO TC 121, Anesthetic and Respiratory Equipment Technical Committee. This document is intended to provide guidance for the application of cybersecurity and safety standards for anesthetic and respiratory equipment. And the activity to develop it is just getting started. So if it's of interest to you and you're not yet involved in the work, I would highly encourage you to reach out to your national mirror committees for ISO TC 121 and ask how to get involved. I'm also very pleased to share that AAMI recently published a consensus report for cloud computing, AAMI CR 510, and this consensus report is now being evolved. It's being developed into a new technical information report, AAMI TIR 115, using cloud computing for medical devices and medical device quality management systems. Again, very early stage, and the consensus body that's responsible for this work also envisions a potential future for it internationally in some way. Lastly, I do want to mention a recently published standard, which is IEC 81001 Part 5-1, published in 2021, and that's Health Software and Health IT System Safety, Effectiveness, and Security, Activities in the Product Lifecycle. And this document was developed by IEC Subcommittee 62A and ISO TC 215 Joint Working Group 7, which has an AAMI secretariat. And the standard defines lifecycle requirements for health software needed to support conformance to IEC 62443 Part 4-1 on cybersecurity. So technology advances certainly drive standardization, and standardization can ensure the safety and performance of that technology. And at this time, the importance of bolstering digital trust and organizational safeguarding and security of information systems and technology cannot be understated. AAMI works very diligently to ensure that our standards program is timely and relevant and aligns with our stakeholder community's needs. So shifting into updates about our globally focused standards activities and the work going on within a few key AAMI managed ISO and IEC committees. First and foremost, although the committees continued to make significant progress on standards during the pandemic, using a fully virtual standards development process, which really is a testament to the dedication and passion and commitment of all the stakeholders who were involved in that. We're very ecstatic that we can now return to meeting in person. So the IEC and ISO groups can gather together and continue to move the needle forward on work. ISO TC 198 has, that sterilization of healthcare products, has recently successfully published a number of new documents, many of which were developed under the Vienna Agreement with a number of a couple of technical committees, and has several documents heading to draft international standard ballot now. The technical committee is preparing to hold a plenary in late 2022, still working out the details of exactly when and where, but are excited to be coming back together. There's a few potential new work items that are expected to be proposed or surfaced in the coming months, particularly around aspects related to cleaning. ISO TC 210, quality management and corresponding general aspects for medical devices, has been engaged in some ISO and IEC joint task forces that focus on risk and related concepts and management system standards. And the work that ISO TC 210 is doing is to recognize and advocate for the unique considerations for standardization within the medical device industry. So helping ISO and IEC to understand that there's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all approach that will work for the medical device industry. There is a new standard under development in ISO TC 210, which is ISO 5137, Good Engineering Maintenance Management, and this is still in the very early stages of development. It's just a working draft at this time. So there is plenty of opportunity to get involved in your National Mirror Committee, ISO TC 210, if this project is of interest to you. And I'd like to put out a particular call to action for healthcare delivery organization-based stakeholders to get involved in this particular project. Within ISO TC 210, other important and soon to get underway projects include some preliminary work items on post-market surveillance. And ISO TC 210 is continuing to maintain strong relationships with its liaisons, including the International Medical Device Regulators Forum, or IMDRF, and the Global Harmonization Work Party, GHWP, and of course ISO or rather IEC TC 62, electrical equipment in medical practice. And certainly the world of software is interconnected with medical devices now more than ever. The future of IEC 62304, medical device software lifecycle processes, is currently under discussion with a number of stakeholders involved in that. It's being led by IEC Subcommittee 62A officers, and there's been some good conversation raised around it, but it's still too early to speculate on the outcome. So in addition, this technical committee is looking forward to working on the upcoming revision of IEC 60601 Series Edition 4. So I understand that was quite a lot of detail. Please feel free to reach out to us if any of these activities are of interest to you and you'd like more information. And I did want to take a moment here to express our sincere appreciation to all the participants around the world who are involved in development and deployment of standards for safe and effective use of health technology. Tremendous work. AAMI also continues to support not only the development and harmonization of standards, but also regulatory convergence. So we support the FDA transition to ISO 13485. AAMI spoke in favor of the proposed regulation during the public hearing phase, and we've provided community education on this subject matter. AAMI is also independently fostering relationships with regulatory focus groups, such as the Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence, IACRC, MedTech sector, and IMDRF and GHWP, and potential future coordination with BSI with the standards and regulatory relationships there. We're also members of the Standards Alliance under ANSI, which works to promote standards harmonization in Asia, India, and elsewhere. So lastly, to conclude my remarks, I did want to follow up on Pamela's earlier remarks and remind all of you that the next AAMI, FDI, BSI International Standards Conference will be held on the 18th and 19th of October in Arlington, Virginia. AAMI will also offer a half-day symposia the day before the main conference, and that will address in vitro diagnostics, combination products, and organizational standards management, which is no doubt a topic that's very near and dear to those of you whose organizations devote significant resources in standards development and implementation. There will also be an invitation-only meeting of international regulators and standards stakeholders. That's being planned for Thursday and Friday of that week. And the intent with that is to discuss the new challenges of new technologies, especially digital ones, that are posing for traditional methods of ensuring the safety and effectiveness of medical devices. So, for example, input verification, process validation, change control, and risk management. And the kinds of solutions that are being explored in different standards or by regulators, such as maturity models, algorithm change protocol certifications, will be reviewed and discussed during this meeting. And the objective of the meeting is to create a shared understanding of what these tools are, the benefits and drawbacks of each, and how they might be employed in standards or by regulators. So we hope to have your involvement in the events in October in Arlington and your voice in discussing these issues that are so important to the medical device technology industry. So to close out AAMI's comments today, I want to reiterate our excitement for the path forward. We know that issues of importance for medical device technologies and for the community will continue to evolve. Standards and regulations will adapt and change along with them. And we look forward to continuing to work alongside all of you to make potential for standards, alignment, and regulatory convergence across the globe become reality. So again, our appreciation to BSI for inviting us to share a few remarks about standards and related activity for medical device technologies, and to all of you for your time in attending today's sessions of the BSI-AAMI International Standards and Regulations Conference. We're eagerly anticipating the next day of the sessions. And with that, I'll turn the platform back over to Dr. Eamon Hoxie for closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amanda. And Pamela, thank you very much for that remarks from AAMI and the detail on some of the standards work which is going on. I have got a question actually that came up in advance that I was saving because I thought it would be relevant to this session, and I think Pamela and Amanda, you both mentioned standards development in regard to cybersecurity, And I think you answered it in the presentation to some extent, but the question was, are there standards that manufacturers can refer to ensure their legacy medical devices in the global market are safe from cybersecurity attacks? And Amanda, you gave a nice description of some of the standards that exist and are in development. But I just wanted to expand that a little bit and see if you've got any thoughts with regard to the interface between the responsibilities of the medical device manufacturer and the healthcare institution on whose network a lot of these devices connect and interface with each other, and how we can smooth the relationship and the roles and responsibilities of the different parties that are involved when we come to cybersecurity. So Pamela, I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that from your more from your past experience, but also from an AAMI point of view as well.
Absolutely. It's complex because at the end of the day, I do think manufacturers try to deliver very safe products, but sometimes when they're applied in various environments, that's up to interpretation on how that all works. But where standards come to bear, it makes it easier on both parties, both the manufacturer as well as the healthcare system that's assimilating those solutions into the environment. There is a lot of opportunity in the cyberspace, and I will offer that while there's been some progress made, there's a lot more that is going to have to occur to create that safe environment that we all want for our loved ones. I don't know if Amanda wants to expand any further.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Pamela. It is, you know, important to work together, and I do think, as you mentioned, that there's opportunities here for additional standardization that'll lay out some guidelines that can be useful.
And do you think there are steps we can take to kind of improve the participation of the healthcare providers in the standardization process, particularly where it comes to cyber issues?
I'll offer that relative to participation, having been on the hospital system side of it for a couple of decades, it really is hard to get folks to carve out time away from their day jobs. And this is very, very important. Sadly, the environment is getting so heightened relative to ransomware and different issues in the hospital backyard that I would offer that people are going to be coming to the table just because of the urgency of the situation. I will offer that there's a number of consortiums that we can continue to draw on, and I'll go back to the global harmonization. I think as we come up with solutions, cyber is definitely a global issue, and we have a lot of opportunity to solve these in cohesive ways across the globe. But one thing I'm a very big fan of with this pandemic is that it really accelerated the virtual aspect of how all processes were being conducted. And I will offer that that virtual component will allow us to find it easier to carve out small pieces of people's time to actually give that meaningful input so that we can make that difference on something that's pragmatic and can be workable in a hospital setting.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks, Pamela. Thanks very much. And thanks to you and Amanda for that interesting session on AAMI and the role that it's got and some of the initiatives that it's taking forward. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Eamon.
I'm going to wrap up the day then and say thank you. Thank you very much to everybody, all the presenters and the participants for the interesting questions and for keeping going through the afternoon. We've looked at the present and the future of medical device regulations and how standards interact with that. We've taken a global view, looked at it from a European status, and looked at developments in the UK. And I think, again, I'd just like to reiterate my thanks to all the speakers for the preparation they put into their presentations and for the excellent delivery that we've had today, and a lot of really valuable information. Going to end with a couple of reminders. Please do remember to submit your feedback form on the conference. For resources that are available, the slides have a lot of links, and when you get those slides, they will give you connections to a lot of the resources that are available. If you're joining us tomorrow, the 30th of June, the start will be at 1300 hours GMT. I think that might be 1300 hours British summertime, actually. So reading from my notes, which I've done. My notes say GMT, the slide is correct. It's British summertime. Also like to just give a reminder that next year's UK-based conference is planned for the 28th and 29th of June 2023, with more details to follow, so put that date in your diary. So on behalf of BSI and AAMI, I want to thank you for attending and hope you've enjoyed the conference and you've gained a lot of useful and usable knowledge and information. So thank you very much and have a good evening.